Monica, we're late for the live stream.
What?
We're late for the live stream. What's there waiting for us?
Wow, oh my gosh, I had this dream like that we were like the hackathon started yesterday.
It's happening. We have to start. Do you remember what we have to talk about?
Oh my gosh, you're right. They're there.
I don't know what time it is, but let's just go through this fast so that we can get to our first speaker.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what we wanted to talk about this morning?
Oh yeah. So I guess first of all, welcome everybody. I hope you're all waking up with your coffee and your great energy today for the second day of the hackathon.
Do you remember what we had to talk about?
Actually, yesterday we had a really cool agenda where we covered a variety of workshops, of tool tips and tricks, some ice freezers, some segments, cold calling people on our team to present some great things. And today we also have a good agenda, right? Great energy today.
Yeah, I'm shocked that you're able to think straight. I'm still, I'm hungry.
Actually, yesterday we had a really cool agenda where we covered a variety of workshops, of tool tips and tricks, some ice freezers, some segments, cold calling
so what do we want to
present some great things.
about what's happening today?
We also have a good
so
agenda,
Sheena's probably
right?
already banging on. Yeah, I'm shocked that you're able to think somebody else can still. I'm hungry. Let's talk about what happened yesterday quickly. Was that where you were going, or were you?
So yesterday we shot a great agenda. There was a lot of tips, some people got to see. And today we have an amazing setup here. With a beautiful plant. Is that the only living species left from the
Yeah, I don't know what happened yesterday. We were in nothing, and it looks like maybe this is life trying to find a way, as they say in Jurassic Park. So we better make sure this thing really grows, because doesn't look like we did a good job with taking care of the climate crisis. So hopefully the people in the other dimension that we're speaking to will be able to do a better job. But so we had great workshops. Let's go down about the agenda today.
Yeah,
maybe.
So today what we gonna look at? What are people gonna see today?
So this morning we have Shima, who's one of the past winners from last year's hackathon. Actually, she won two hackathons in a row that we've organized. And
you wish it was morning, but you slept till past noon, Tim. It's already afternoon.
You're right. That's a good point. This noon, whatever. I don't know how to say that. It's not. I guess it's afternoon. So she's also going to talk about, I think, a little bit about her journey. She's now a software developer at Evato Labs. So that's going to be fun. Then we have something cool as well, which is Nicole Maxwell. She's one of our awesome facilitators that are going to be helping everyone throughout the hackathon. So she's going to speak for a bit. Then, Monica, you're going to speak with Bertrand about the challenges for a quick sneak peek of what people will get a chance to work on. Mm-hmm. Then there's the lunch break. Then we're going to have a fun ice freeze kind of networking thing where you'll be in a room for a few minutes and then switch around randomly to new people. Then a talk from Nikolai Van Om, who's from Funnertech. He's going to talk about using OR, operations research, and AI for addressing the climate crisis. And then we're going to have Chris Adam, Joel Trudeau, and a student who's working on climate and AI, I believe. So they're going to speak from Dawson College. Then we'll have Elham from our team, Elham Karadmand, who's going to talk about using AI to address climate change. Then there's another break. And then we have, we're going to call up somebody from our team. Not sure if is that me that we're going to call? I don't know if we can call them.
We'll see who we can mess around with.
That's going to be about education and experiential learning and kind of, big thoughts regarding that. Then we have Front Row Ventures is going to do a pitch workshop. So it's going to help all the teams hopefully, figure out how they can present their ideas in a really concise, cohesive, and very impactful way. And then we have climate science and AI. So a little mini talk for a few minutes from Theo and Bertrand, Theo from NTL Green, and Bertrand, who's been one of the major organizers of this event. And then, Monica, maybe do you want to speak to the last few ones that we have?
Yeah, let's roll through the end of the afternoon. So then we have Philippe Gachon, who's going to talk about climate science, followed by a climate activist panel where we'll have 3 people debating basically climate change through this panel, answering questions, with a break to finally end with the 2 last workshops of today, where we'll have Matthew Chapman, woohoo, from the National Climate League, and the Time Series workshop, also hosted by Elham Kerandman.
Yeah, and also on the climate activist panel, that's going to be 3 of the main activist organizers from the climate march this year. I think it was in March when we had 500,000 people in the streets. Wow, so that's going to be really awesome. They were a big part of that.
Yeah, they're Greta's buddies that are gonna join us. But Tim, we will still give a proper introduction for each of those before the workshops. Quickly, before I guess we begin with the first one with Shima, there were a few questions in the chat yesterday. So just a reminder that today you can post all your questions directly in the live feed on YouTube, and we will make sure to answer them, to monitor. So every segment there'll be a chance of a Q&A where you guys can directly interact with the speakers. And there were 2 main questions yesterday. One is about team formations. When will teams be formed? Maybe, Tim, you can answer that one.
Yeah, sure. So we have had the second form go out to most of the applicants. Basically, information will help us to form teams in advance of Friday. So probably those will go out on Wednesday or Thursday. And then also on Friday, there'll be time after the keynote talks for teams to get together, together even, with other teams to really make sure that you are comfortable with what challenge you're going to work on and basically do some brainstorming. So that'll be kind of the final part of the process. And Monica, I think we had also a question about data sets.
Yeah, the people were asking yesterday when and how will they access those data sets, especially yesterday when they were showcasing and those 3 projects were talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't, I believe that our team has said that they'll be available on Friday because we want to try to make this fair. We don't want people to be able to get a head start on these projects. Mm-hmm. So stay tuned for that.
Excellent. Well, if you guys have more questions, don't be shy, ask them, and every segment you'll get a chance to interact. And your co-host today, Tim, and myself, Monica, will make sure you guys are entertained and that we're feeding your brain once again with lots of good stuff for the hackathon.
That's right. So let's go to Shima. Is Shima ready to go?
Hello. Hi.
All right, we can hear you. Awesome.
Shima.
Thank you so much,
I hear
Shima.
voices in my head, but it's actually this beautiful voice from Shima.
Hi.
Hey, so we'll let you do the introduction for yourself because, sorry, we slept in and I don't even have anything prepared.
Tim forgot to put his alarm, damn it. But it's okay, we're gonna...
I don't even know if time works where we are.
Yeah, like the sense of time is lost in this white space. So Shima, definitely you can take a few minutes to tell us more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shima. As Tim explained that currently I'm working as a software developer, machine learning engineer in Ivado Lab. But my background is in image processing. And in the past, I worked in different companies and we were working with images. Then my previous company, before I joined Ivado Lab, we decided to use the deep learning to do some kind of defect classification. We were in the field of automation, so there were a lot of manual process. And then that's how my journey started to join or learn more about machine learning. And then in order to get more knowledge, I joined different meetups, and then I learned about the hackathons. I did not know such a tools exist. So in one of the meetup event, I got familiar and introduced to AI Launch, and that helps me to join the hackathon easily. And then the hackathon is really a nice place to be. You meet many people. You have a very short period of time to learn a lot of new things. So one of the projects I worked was NLP. I did not know anything. My teammate had the knowledge, so we share our experience. So I learned from her NLP. I was a better programmer, so I helped her in other part of the project. And because we collaborate, we win that hackathon. And then after that, because I was so excited, I joined the second hackathon, which was about the climate change. And there we have a bigger team and we worked in object detection. We were able to train the models. It was very interesting. So within a day or two, I learned so much information. And also the other big advantage you get when you join the AI Launch Hackathon, you join their program, and that is really nice. It's such a great internship, and the advantage is you join the internship, you work with a real project with the companies, and that is such an amazing chance for you to improve your skills. So the 8 weeks program, it helps me. I learned so much, and I had so many people around me, and we shared the knowledge that was helping me to improve. And this leads me to join another company. We go to many interviews and then join Ivado Lab and start my real journey as a machine learning engineer. So I'm very thankful for the AI Launch to give me this chance, and also everybody that today joined this events, because when you guys join, the successful of AI Launch is dependent on you guys, and thank you. So if you have any question, anything about the hackathon you want to know, if you want, you can ask me, or you can reach me later in LinkedIn. I'm always open to help.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that, Shima. I don't think that we paid you for that, eh? Maybe we should pay you. But that was really
I don't know. I want to just talk about the teams. The teams is like this last hackathon I joined, we didn't have a team. My previous teammate was there. The challenge was really a bit difficult for us because I did not know time series. I didn't know a lot of things. But then somehow we go around and then we talk to everybody and then think about all the project. And then after a while, we find some people and then we collaborate together. We did brainstorming, work together, and then come up with the solution. So it's just the collaboration, and it's not about winning or losing. It's just about learning.
Wow, I love it. Shima, you make me want to be a hacker and a participant. So Tim, maybe I'll leave the stage and go do the thing instead. What do you think?
I don't know. I love hackathons. It's such an excitement. I don't know. It's really nice and it's really good.
Yeah, that's really awesome. So if anyone has questions, they can definitely get them to us. I don't know if we have any questions for Shima.
Yeah, if there's questions, a reminder, post them directly in the live feed. And if there are any, we have with us a facilitator who will help us answer the questions.
Yeah,
I think
in the meantime,
Alan is with us.
Oh, Alan, yeah. Are there any questions in the chat? Are you there?
Oh, hey guys, how's everyone doing today?
Hey, good.
Great.
Alan.
I'm a little groggy still, but how are you?
Oh, for sure. You had like a long sleep, of course. Makes sense. Well, Shima, first off, thank you so much for being on air with us. One of the questions that we can ask is, how was your experience like working with your teammates during the hackathon?
Oh, it was really great because we were collaborating, like helping each other, and everybody was sharing that, like not competing with each other. So that helps me to learn many things from them. So
Wow. And I'll add on to that, because this is what we're trying to simulate this year with the virtual format. And in the Miro tool, they'll really encourage collaboration and cross-team support. So hopefully these values you're mentioning will be taken forward by the participants this weekend.
Actually, what we did was very interesting because we were like 12 people that grouped together. We couldn't be a one group, but we wanted to work on one project. So we divide to two groups. So the output of one group would be input of ours. So that's how we, all of us works together. So they were gathering the data for us, so we were passing it to the model to train and output the results. So that was very interesting. I never thought that we would do that. That was really good and interesting.
Awesome.
And so,
go ahead.
you could say that you learned quite a lot of concepts during the hackathon. Like it was like an intense session and like lots of things.
Yes, but the thing is, it's not like you learn in details everything because it's just one day. But when I went to the first hackathon, what was for the mining company, I kind of learned about all those mining companies and the challenges and the type of data, and you can do anomaly detection. So I learned, you can do unsupervised learning to do anomaly detection. So that was really good idea to start based on that and then go at home and continue. The other one was NLP. So it opened the chance and gives me the idea how to perform when I give the data to you, how to do NLP. And the last one was about object detection or GAN. I never worked with a GAN, but then I had to use the GAN. So then I learned, that's the case that you use the GAN. And then when I went home, okay, the other things that I did not talk about it, I did a lot of projects on my own. So with my teammate Ladan that I made on Hackathon, we were having this private session every week. We worked for 4 hours. We were building many projects, which I put them all on my GitHub. That helps too. But because of the hackathon, I met her and I continued that, and we had the same goals. So hackathon can help you to meet people and do the networking and meet the professor. Maybe you find somebody you can do your PhD with.
No, yeah, that sounds really fun, especially with like the whole collaborative program we have with Miro. Isn't that right, Tim?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do with Miro is to really like take the in-person experience and try to make it as good as possible in an online environment. Of course, there's going to be some things that are impossible to do and some things that you can do much better. So we're really excited to see how that turns out. I just wanted to end it with maybe one last question to Shima, which is, where do you see yourself going in the future? Where would you like to be in 10 years?
I want to continue this journey to be more expert in machine learning and AI. I always liked it, and I always likes to work with the images. So I like to continue, and hopefully I find Ivado Lab is a great place because you have a chance to work with the new technology. So I want to improve my skills in this field, but I don't know how much I can grow in it, but I will do my best.
The learning from Shima, is that you're a multiple-time hackathon participant. So every time you learn something new. So we encourage all of you that this will not be the first and last time. There's more opportunities ahead, and there's always something new to learn.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Shima. That was really inspiring, and we wish you the best. And thank you so much for giving us the time.
And can you give us virtual high five like this?
Yes,
Woo! Awesome. Thank you, Shima.
All right. So we're going to go to a 10-minute break now, and then we're going to come back with Monica and Bertrand for a sneak peek of the hackathon challenges.
Are you sure it's 10-minute break now? It's supposed to be Nicole and...
Did I make a mistake? Oh, I apologize. Are we still live? Okay. My bad.
You're still sleepy,
I'm
Tim.
still sleepy.
I
You should
think
correct me.
someone needs to get a coffee for Tim
You're right.
here.
Okay.
So actually, we have facilitators for you guys this weekend, and those facilitators will help you coordinate in this Miro collaboration tool, meet with your mentors, find your resources, and they are awesome, and they come from all around the world. So we have two amazing ladies, Nicole Maxwell and Mia Tran.
Oh, I think, is Mia going to be with us?
Oh, is she here? Or maybe she's also sleeping.
I think it's Nicole, yeah.
Okay, Nicole Maxwell from the West Coast, who's going to give us a 3-minute talk on her experience. Nicole, up to you.
Yeah, so while we're getting her on, I'm glad that you corrected me on that, Monica. Oh, here we go. There's
okay,
Nicole.
Guys. We're still like, we slept too much in space here. Oh, Nicole, there you are.
Yeah. Oh,
what's that? Look at that bunny. Woo, I love it. So now we have Stuart with his turtle and Nicole with her bunny. I love it. Yeah. And animals, it's about biodiversity that we want to protect. I love the energy.
Absolutely. So do you want to take it away, Nicole, with whatever you want to speak about?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, I'm going to do the whole presentation like this.
All right.
Perfect.
I can't see anything really out of these eye holes, but super fun. Great. Well, good morning. Thanks for having me. Today, I don't know, looks like there's a few people watching. I hope some of the hackers are watching so that they can see what I'm going to share with them. I'm an event facilitator, and this is my first time doing a hackathon and my first time facilitating, but I do know that I am very capable of answering your questions because there's a huge team of people with MTL Green and AI Launch Lab that are behind the scenes ready to answer your questions. So I want to show you Miro because that's going to be your biggest tool to use when you're doing your hackathon and also when you have a question. So there are a few facilitators on board ready to help you at any time. And let me share my screen so I can show you Miro. Okay, can everyone see my screen? I'm hoping, I can't see it yet up on YouTube, so I'm just gonna chat for a second. I signed up to be a facilitator so that something inspired me to, well, really the Netflix documentary Social Dilemma, which came out a while ago. I watched that and it kind of percolated in my brain for months. And then I really got interested in how artificial intelligence can be used for good. And that's like a really broad subject, topic, everything. But I think what's important is that the people behind artificial intelligence are diverse. Oh, look, there's Jason on Miro. I don't know if you guys can see his cursor flying around. But the people behind artificial intelligence and hackathons like this need to be diverse and have new ideas and good intentions. And then we can make the world a better place and really affect climate change for good. So I'm just excited to be here and excited all of you are here to work on this with me and the entire team. Okay, so you can see Jason floating around in Miro, which is great. So you'll be able to see your other team members floating around. This is the board. When you zoom out, it looks really overwhelming. But once you zoom into your team space, you guys will identify a space and you'll have your own space to work and you'll be able to see your team members floating around on the screen. Over here is where you want to start when you log in because it will give you instructions on how to use Miro. It's actually, I'm not a tech person. I don't know how to write code. I have only used Word really my whole life. And this is really pretty easy to use and intuitive. So I think For the hackers, you guys are going to be just fine. But here's the facilitator's corner. There are a couple of boards that show you, like this one's mine. If you zoom in, you can see some more stuff about me so that you know when you're asking a question, you're not just asking a robot. This is Ross. This one is Shadia's. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name right, but and Estefania's. So please use those to, if you want to chat about anything really, any questions. And oh, look, a little sticky note. I'm awesome. Thank you. Over here, I definitely have a little bit of imposter syndrome because I care about the causes. I don't necessarily have all the tools to fix the causes, but you guys do. So I'm here to help you fix it. But I wanted to remind you of this guy. I don't know how many of you remember him. I'm going to look over in the YouTube chat and see if someone can name who that picture, who is that? Who is that picture of? Anyone? Someone answer. It's pretty easy. Unless you're like super young. If you're 18, you might not have any idea. Okay, well, that's Tom from Facebook, and he was your first friend when you joined Facebook. So he too was brand new and fresh and didn't know what he was doing and was just having a good time, right? Look at that face. He is just having a great time. And so please remember, everyone has to start somewhere and every question is worth asking. And that's what your facilitators are here for. So please make sure you use this facilitator corner. The way that facilitators are going to ask questions, Jason, if you're still around on the board, can you point me? Oh, question and answer space. There we go. So you can drop in a question here. And the facilitators will get you over to your mentors. And your mentors are right here. Meet your mentors. So these are the people that are going to be helping you with your research, right? Because any intention to solve a problem starts with good research. And these folks are the ones that are going to help you with your actual coding and also your research. So I don't know where we are. Good, thanks, Chad. Yes, Tom Anderson. So I also, Estefania, can you drop in your tips for how to survive a hackathon? Those 7 tips, if you can drop them into the chat for me, I'll talk about them a bit. And then someone will need to message me when I need to stop talking. Okay, let me see. All right, so Estefania. Huh?
Okay, good, Nicole. That's good. I think you're going to go to Estefania. I think we have a few more seconds left for this segment.
Okay.
And also just to let you know that there's a 30-second delay of what you're saying and what people see on the live stream. That's why we see it here live. It's working. But if you're looking at the stream, you'll see a delay, but it's a normal delay.
Oh, good to know. Thank you. Okay, so Estefania is also one of the facilitators, and she's dropping some hints and tips into the chat right now so that you can take care of yourself during the hackathon. So you want to be able to take breaks, eat a lot of snacks, drink coffee, drink lots of water, make sure you get up and stretch, maybe sleep. That would be good. It is a 48-hour event, but your brain is not going to work unless you get some rest and you fuel it. So remember to have fun, take care of yourself, and ask questions. And I think,
that's
what do you guys think? Is that good?
It's amazing, Nicole.
Okay.
Great tips, great showcasing of Miro. I love it, the collaboration and the good tips. I think everyone, if you meet Nicole this weekend, you definitely have big smiles and a lot of fun with her and the other facilitators. Thank you so much, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so now we're going to go to Monica and Bertrand for a sneak peek. I think I'm back on track in terms of understanding what's going on today.
Yeah, that's it, Tim. I think now you chugged an espresso and you're back on track. So yeah, myself and Denis Bertrand, if Denis is on there, we'll
Bertrand
bring
Denis.
him. Bertrand Denis, yes. Bertrand, viens-t'en ici avec moi, on va présenter les challenges ensemble.
Okay, so baby, do you want to start off, and we'll see if he can jump in when he's ready.
Let's do the break and come back because
Okay,
there's slides to
that's a good
show,
point.
and we'll put them up.
Okay, great. All right, so see everyone back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, see you all at 1:10. So 1:11. So 10-minute break. Then we'll do sneak peek, and then ice freezers, and go from there.
Awesome.
All right. See you in 10 minutes. Go get your coffee like Tim did.
All right. Hey, everyone. I hope you're back from eating or going to the bathroom or doing some yoga or whatever it is you needed to do.
Taking a coffee.
Yes, that as well. So now we're going to go straight to, well, actually, just as to set the stage, this week is really a lot is about picking your challenge and doing something awesome with your team. So the next segment is going to be talking about the challenges in brief. The real full presentations will be on Friday. But it would be great to give a little sneak peek about them. So we're going to go to Monica and Bertrand. Monica, as you've been seeing her all morning and yesterday, she's from MTL Green. And then Bertrand, who's one of the lead organizers for this event. He's from Environment Canada. He was a professor, and he's an expert in climate science. And I'll let you both introduce yourselves also, but let's go to both of you to take it away for the challenges.
Thank you, Tim. So Bertrand, if you want to add on to that, go ahead. And then, the goal is to give a sneak peek of those 9 amazing challenges you'll all have a chance to pick from. If Denis, you want to say a few more words, and then we'll show on the screen how choosing your challenge and how can you pick and understand what they are about.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Bertrand. Do you want to introduce yourself quickly and then take it away?
And we can already show.
Oh, okay. So while we're just fixing the audio, do you want to?
Hey, Bertrand, you hear us?
Yes, so
okay, great.
Excellent. Now we hear you too.
So we just gave you a quick introduction, but do you want to do an introduction of yourself again, and then we'll let you get to the challenges?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great.
So I'm Bertrand Denis. I used to work for Environment and Climate Change Canada, but since September, I'm retired, so I have more time, and I decided to help organizing an hackathon because I had experience in the past. So here we are, working very hard. My main responsibility was to get the challenges from the challenge proposers, and that was a big task. So as you see, we've got 9 challenges going into 4 categories. Okay. So as we go this week, we'll give you more and more information about each challenge. Today's just a sneak peek, so we'll go through the list quickly with Monica.
Excellent. Thank you. Merci, Denis. So yeah, let's show on the screen the approach we're taking for those challenges. So on the second slide, you will see the types of challenges and the type of climate approach. So as you see, there are 5 challenge types, and I will let Bertrand explain the difference between those 5 colors. And keep in mind the color codes here and the keyword, because each challenge will have that as the reference.
Okay, so let's start with the Kaggle style challenge. Well, in fact, we have 3 of them. Kaggle style means that you're going to use data and you're going to try to get the best model. It could be for predicting all that sort of things, but you're going to be ranked in an evaluation objective number. But other things will be taken into consideration. But Kaggle style is pretty well known in the data science world. Data visualization here is it goes with data analytic and data mining, where you try to find insights from your data, and using data visualization, you better understand those insights. Okay. The AI artist it's very open. In fact, we won't provide you data. You will have to find the data. Of course, we hope that you're going to find data related to the climate crisis and do something artistic. It could be pictures, it could be music, it could be a mix of them. And to do that, we hope that you're going to be using AI approaches. Well, the open challenge has many possibilities. First, you can go to the hackathon with your challenge and even with your data, and try to attract teams there to work on your challenge. It's also open in the sense that people that propose a challenge there may want just to get ideas, some brainstorming, not necessarily the code itself with results. And the last one is trying to see the impact of climate change on any kind of domains. Okay, but here we have two possible impacted domain. The one is about sewage impacts, overflow. You will go on every challenge just after.
Yes.
So let's go, Monica, for.
So let's just cover first the type of climate approach, okay? So if you look on the right side of the screen here, and if you all listened to the MTL Green workshop yesterday that Theo and myself and Jason gave, as MTL Green, we're trying to encourage citizens and communities to take steps forward towards addressing the climate crisis and offering sustainable solutions through eco entrepreneurship, and other means that really tackle the system to make it better. So here, those 9 challenges will also be categorized by a type of climate approach that they touch upon. The first one is adaptation. Adaptation is how are we going to adapt facing the changes of the climate? So the climate will be changing through the years, and how will we find ways to adapt to those changes? Okay, so also all 3 can be touched upon, but there's a main one for each challenge that it addresses. Mitigation is actually the hardest one to apply because it's rethinking the whole system. It's how can we produce the same outcomes, but with no carbon footprint? Like, how can we rethink the system so we extract less elements from the ground, that we use less resources with the same needs and outputs? So mitigation is like the hardest one, the hardest challenge. Oh,
Yeah.
you might hear a siren.
It's the climate crisis.
It's the climate crisis siren. You see, the sense of urgency is here, everybody. So yeah, mitigation is really changing our approach, rethinking the system, rethinking the solution. So it's like putting everything and starting from the bottom, and essentially. And awareness, all of them have a piece of awareness, but the challenges that are attached to awareness is really how can we understand our impact, measure it, and change our decisions accordingly. So it's really learning about it and making people understand how our daily decisions will lead to outcomes in the further future and their sustainability. So based on this, let's go to the next slide, where you will see the 9 challenges and in which categories of the challenge types and which climate approach they fall upon. So this could influence your choice of the challenges. And Bertrand and I will make sure that we give you a very brief overview of each of the 9. But here, if you really like Kaggle style, then you know those first 3 will be found there. If you really like awareness, then you know where to look. If you really want to go with a mitigation solution, you have 3 challenges there. So this should be your guideline that could help you select the challenge you'll be working on this weekend. And I want to mention that each challenge is identified by a hashtag. So it's hashtag challenge and 2 keywords that represent them. And this tagline will be a reference in Miro and Slack and in the slides we're going to show you here. So that will be the language we're going to use to understand which challenge are we talking about. So without further ado, I'll let Bertrand present the first 3 challenges, following by the rest of them to make sure we cover all 9, and we'll end up by answering some questions. So feel free to write some in the live feed. We'll have a facilitator help us answer them.
Okay. Next slide.
All right. So that's it. Next. Perfect. There you go. Bertrand,
right.
c'est à toi.
Thank you, Monica. So the first Kaggle style challenge that we're proposing is about sea ice movement. So we want to help researchers to better understand in the context of climate change. There's a lot of things going on with the sea ice, so that one will help. Going a bit fast here. So can you go back? Okay, let's say the super resolution. Well, the wind energy prediction, it's a pretty classical kind of Kaggle style competition. Now I'm seeing sea ice movement.
We're back. Sorry, Bertrand, we went through the slides too quick. So here we stay on this slide. Please continue.
Yeah, so I was saying that the sea ice movement is to try to predict sea ice movement. So sea ice is very complicated, and with the climate change going on very hard in the Arctic, this is a very important topic. So it's about estimating the velocity of drifting sea ice to better understand the dynamical response of the Arctic Ocean to the changing climate. So
Excellent. And here, yeah, definitely we see that it's regarding adaptation. This is the main approach here. Now let's go to the second challenge. Let me just make sure we switch side. Okay. There you go, Bertrand.
Yeah. So the second one is about predicting wind energy. People will be given 2 sets of wind energy prediction, and they will try to come up with a better prediction model. So it's really to leverage AI to better forecast wind energy. In fact, when historical data is limited, this is a particular problem. Okay, next one. Okay, so this one called super resolution. I'm sure AI people will understand what it means. So in this context of climate crisis, the idea here is to improve climate model forecast using a particular kind of AI to improve the level of details that you can get. So, for example, these can help to better predict extremes. So next slide.
Okay, Bertrand. So actually we have an alarm crisis here, so you might hear some background noise. I suggest to ask questions, take questions from the crowd on those 3 challenges while the siren ends, and then we'll continue with the rest, okay?
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense because the climate crisis is being caused by cars, and cars are parked out on the street, and they want to tow them away. So it shows the urgency again.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be on the YouTube channel.
Hey Bertrand, it's good to have you here. We'll just have we'll just ask some of the questions that we got through YouTube as well as like through direct DMs, if that's cool with you. Well, first and foremost, how do you think would the data compilation in the hackathon, like the actual act of like solving it and integrating it, be compiled with Miro, in your opinion?
Can you say it again differently? Because I didn't catch it.
So how would the participants in the hackathon themselves partake with deal with the action of like solving and taking care of the challenges within the hackathon, like say with Kaggle, for example?
Still not sure of your question.
Like basically, how will the participants get involved with the act of the hackathon themselves, the challenges? How will they?
So you're wondering how it works, a hackathon?
Yes.
Okay, so what we'll make available the full description of each challenge, and with that they are we will provide some data, and the hackers will try to come up with solutions. Okay, depending of the kind of challenge. Kaggle style challenge here that we have is more about 2 of them is about predicting, I would say. So come up with a prediction model that is the best. Okay, so they will be competing with their model to get the best results. Okay, so they will be evaluated on that, but also on other aspects like the originality of their solutions, how they work together, all that kind of stuff. Okay.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially with the discussion that we had yesterday with regards to the judging criterias, we definitely want to see the models be financially viable and effective, creative, all that stuff.
Yeah, and for the challenges related to the climate change impact, well, in that case, we will like to see, let's say we've got a honeybee challenge. So we want to know first what's the relationship between the climate and the honeybee activities or the honey production. And given the climate scenarios that we have in front of us, climate projections, what will be the impact on the production, the honey production, all the health of the bees, and so on?
I see. And in that case, another question that we have for you is, what variables are most interesting for extreme values for higher resolution? Maximum T, average T, precipitation, and in that case, will others be included?
Yes. For the super resolution, what you try to improve, the resolution you want to improve is temperature. We will be providing temperature fields, but a whole bunch of other fields like precipitation, cloudiness, all those fields that are good predictors. And everything will be well packaged, data will be clean and easy to use. The only thing is the data set is big, so I hope that you have a good computer.
Yeah, I can go now.
All right.
All right. Those are great questions. Thank you, Alan and Bertrand, for answering those. So we can continue with the other set of challenges. So those are the 3 Kaggle style. We have some here that are open, but also data visualization. And this is one, remote communities, that tackles mitigation. So here, this challenge is about making sure that remote communities in further Canada and that indigenous groups have access to different elements here. Actually, I can't see. So here it's about building the data for those remote communities. So in this challenge, you'll really have the opportunity to work on those. And apologies, everybody, for the siren. Just give me a second. Perfect. So that's it. So if we look at remote communities, this is if you're interested about mitigation and further communities, you can really look at how we can work and reshape the way things are set up over there to make it more sustainable. So it'll be a really interesting challenge to work on over here. And you have those 2 choices. You can go it openly, or you can also work on it with a data visualization to really understand what is happening in those communities. If we go to the next one, perfect. So the next one is the AI Artist Challenge. So these are for those that want to be creative, that want to use their left and right part of their brain, because this challenge is really about provoking and making climate change interesting. It's how can you use basically awareness, and the AI artist is like you've seen with Miko, who's been drawing through the breaks, and we'll see more of him drawing today. The AI Artist Challenge will give you the opportunity to create that thought-provoking approach by visually making climate change important and that people pay attention. So in this challenge, you will have the opportunity to really tackle awareness and get creative. So how can people pay attention to this? This is your challenge if you're interested in that one. If we go to the next one, reducing CO2. So this one is very interesting because our impact is not just alone the individual, but our impact is also influenced by the city we live in. How are the infrastructures being done? How are our roads, our buildings created? Where does the energy source come from? So it becomes a community challenge moving forward. And this challenge, reducing CO2, that's hosted by the National Climate League, you'll really have the opportunity to compare through data visualization, how do different cities compare, and sort of like a gamification approach to make sure that they are reducing CO2 and that they're taking measures forward. So here it's really an awareness approach, and it's an interesting challenge if you want to sort of have a comparison effect, but also a learning opportunity on how we can bring more fundamental change in the way our cities are built. If we go to the next challenge, I'll let Bertrand say a bit more on that one.
So the two last challenges are about projected impact, climate change impact. So we know that the climate will continue to be changing, and this will have an impact on our environment. In this case, it's on bees. We want to know what will be the outcome for the bees, for their health, and most importantly on the honey production. So you will have to find good relationships with environmental variables, mostly weather in the past, using historical climate data, and then try to use projection data to see what will happen with those honeybee. So we are asking also if you can come up with interesting data visualization using the data that will be provided and any kind of other data related to bees.
Amazing.
So,
all right, so the next one
is about trying to analyze, understand what will be the impact of climate change on sewer overflows. We already know that we have more and more sewer overflow events. So that will be the role to try to make a link of overflows using, again, historical data and see what will happen in the future.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, Bertrand, and the importance of the overflow is that it's bad for because it's polluted water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to interrupt you there. I was just maybe you could talk for like a little bit about that, because I don't think everyone would necessarily understand what does that have to do with climate change and why is that important.
Well, the increase of heavy precipitation is a problem mostly for cities because they have been built with pipes using climate information of the past, but we were getting more and more intense precipitation events, and that caused overflows of sewers. And this is really bad because it contaminates water around us. And that's our health that is impacted also, and the health of animals or everything from our living environment. So that is the last.
Oh no, there's still one more, Bertrand.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's last but not least, it's the Smart Building Challenge. So this challenge is about how our infrastructure, meaning our buildings, the real estate, and this one is hosted by Brainbox. You guys have heard their presentation yesterday. If you haven't, I encourage you to go listen to it. And the solution here is how can the buildings become smarter at detecting when do I need to turn off the heating, when can I turn off the lights, and how can we optimize the space in our real estate and understand the positive impacts it creates in terms of energy savings. So the challenge here is really to understand the North American market and know where is the best place to move forward with a smart building solution. Where can our heating, our ventilation, our climatization systems have the most impact based on temperature, accessibility, the source of energy across our country? Because even if we look at just Canada, all our provinces, some are using renewable energy, some are clean energies, but we still have provinces that don't have clean energy sources. So we need to think of that and realize, where is this energy coming from and how can we optimize on that? So the challenge here, smart building, hosted by Brainbox, will be a data visualization approach with tackling adaptation. How can we adapt in our current buildings to make this more efficient? So if we go to the next one, it's once again an overview of all the 9 challenges with their hashtag, their name, the language we'll be using. Which of the 5 approach of type of challenges do they have, and which climate change approach do they have that we see on the right? So I'll maybe reopen the floor. Thank you so much, Bertrand. Merci d'avoir expliqué les challenges ici. We'll give more details on Friday on those, obviously. But if you have any questions right now, I'll invite you to post them on the live feed so that Alan can share them with us.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for those to come in, for the videos from yesterday, since we did have some technical issues, it'll take a little bit longer for us to get them out. We need to do a little bit of editing. And so hopefully we can get them out before Friday. But it's going to depend on that. And some of them, I think, we'll be able to get out sooner because they'll do just a recording that we'll just put out quickly to get that info out to you as soon as possible. So stay tuned for that.
And also, I'd just like to come in and say that although the dots to the right would show that the major focus is put for each challenge on, say, for example, mitigation or adaptation or awareness, the whole point of the whole challenge is to make sure that every climate change approach philosophy is incorporated into the solution as a whole. So even if the focus is put on, say, for example, mitigation, we do encourage participants to also adapt and utilize adaptation and awareness into the whole challenge as well.
Yeah, great point, Alan. And if you want to learn more on those, definitely look at the workshop of MTL Green. In your team space, once you get access to Miro, you'll have a few canvases and guidelines in there to really think of this mitigation, adaptation, and awareness and how to backcast your strategy from there.
Yeah, and I want to give a big thanks to Bertrand because he's really put in a lot of time over the last several months to really organize all of these challenges with the partners. And, there's no way we could have done this without him. So thank you, Bertrand.
Welcome.
We also have another question from a participant asking if we will have any information or any links to some data sources for the challenges at hand.
Yes, we plan to release some of the suggested data sources, at least tomorrow. And some of the data will be kept private until the start of the hackathon, okay? Like for the Kaggle style competition, we want everybody to start at the same time with the data that we provide.
That makes sense, I see. And on that note as well, what challenge would you, in your own personal opinion, say isn't exactly hardest, but like requires the most mental thought and like genuinity and like intelligence into it, like thought and all that stuff?
Well, it depends of what kind of person you are. I'm a very mathematical guy, so I really like the Kaggle style competitions. But if you are more closer to, the environment movement, what you can do to improve, to mitigate the climate change impact, then maybe another one like reducing CO2 is more for you.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Alan. I'd like to add that these challenges are welcome for experts, beginners, intermediates, and you'll learn a lot through them about why climate change is important, but also how to really extract cues from the data. How can the data tell us things, and how can you use it in a way that's compelling in this purpose?
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that since we're really trying to cultivate a culture of collaboration throughout this entire event, you know, it'll be ideally the case that you'll be able to collaborate with other teams. You'll be able to share some of what you've been working on with them, because I think everyone can kind of do better, especially over a short period of time, with everyone sharing ideas and helping out. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that, you know, we will have different prizes. So, you know, if some teams are maybe a little bit more on the beginner side, that definitely doesn't mean that you can't win. You know, you should definitely choose whichever challenge you are most interested in, or you think could have the most impact, you know, from your perspective. And yeah, and you can kind of take them however you want to go. Some are a little bit more open than others. But so that's why we wanted to have as much variety as possible, so that, you know, there's something for everyone in terms of your passion and also your skill set and your interest.
Yeah, that's great point, Tim. So maybe to close off, last words, where can I find this information? The answer is they will all be available in the communication channels we'll be using this weekend. So both on Slack, that you'll all be invited to use and have access before the hackathon that starts Friday afternoon, and also in Miro. So in Miro, you'll find all this information. So don't worry, everything will be available to you, and we'll make sure you have all that you need to be set to crack the data up for the challenge.
If I can add, Monica, on Slack, we'll have a channel for each challenge. Okay.
Yes.
So for questions, go in your Slack channel for your challenge, and we'll be there to help you out with expert also on the subject.
There's also one final question as well, if we have the time, which is, will we be able to use any technology we want to in terms of what we use for visualization, algorithms, and so on for the challenges?
Good question. I'll let Bertrand answer.
I don't see any problem, but maybe I'm lacking of imagination of things that could be used that wouldn't be fair for the others, or not ethical. Maybe, I don't know. I don't see any problem. Maybe the person could just say an example.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think in general, what we're trying to saying is definitely the case. We're not trying to restrict anyone in general, but yeah, we do want it to be fair. And there are some tools out there that could definitely make things unfair. So if you're trying to use something that maybe is a little bit unorthodox or not common, maybe run it by us, you know, during the weekend or on Friday. Great. So with that, Monica, do we want to? Do we have some other questions? No. Okay. No.
That's a major gist of it. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And also the format that we're taking here is that you'll be able to upload the result of your challenge. Also, all these instructions will be given to you. So don't worry. Today and yesterday were more preparation workshops. We're giving you information. We're getting you excited for this Friday, so you can really take the time to digest, think it through, which challenge you want to work on, how we're going to make sure you get on a team that's well balanced. And then any questions you have, like Bertrand mentioned, there'll be a Slack channel for it. The Miro tool will be there as well to find the information extracted from there. So we are so lucky to have such high quality challenges, thanks to Bertrand and team that helped coordinate this. The challenges here really tackling the core sustainability. So this is really a fabulous and amazing opportunity to learn and extract so much out of this. So we hope you are all as excited as us.
Awesome. So let's go to a quick break, and then we're going to come back with the ice freezer, which is going to be, as we mentioned, a networking time while you'll be switched around
We'll
randomly.
come back at 2:00. So 5-minute break. And at 2, we're going to have Nikolai that's going to talk about Funartech. But don't worry, you'll still have a chance to network and meet some new people through the ice freezer later today.
That's a good point. You're always correcting me, which is good. Keep me accurate. All right. So see everyone back in a few minutes.
All right. See you at 2 p.m., guys.
hope you are all convinced of that. The solutions should actually be political, but they're not there yet. So I don't want to debate about this one. So we have scientific technical solutions that might help us, and I'm not saying they will help us, I say they might help us, and in particular we have AI, and hopefully we can do something with it.
I just
Yes.
want to make sure, do we see your screen on the feed? I mean, your slides on the screen? Okay, there we go.
Right. There we go. So the few takeaways I would like you to get from this presentation. So the first one is to aim for prescriptive analysis. I'll talk about this and I will tell you what this is if you don't know. The second key, takeaway is to add more tools in your toolbox. Machine learning is wonderful, but there are other tools. And in particular, there is one that is called operations research. If you never heard about it, it's about time you hear about it. So what is prescriptive analysis? If you look at this way of cutting analytic approaches to solve industrial problems or problems in general, you see that you have 4 types of analysis. This, by the way, is given by Gartner. So basically, you have 4 types of analysis, but you should see this as a combined analysis. So it's a whole. So the first one here on the left is descriptive analysis, and basically you are answering the question, what has happened? So it's an assessment of what is happening. The second one here is the diagnostic analysis, which is a little bit more interesting, and there you ask, why did it happen? Do you like it or not, and why? What can be done? Then you have the third one, the predictive analysis, which answers the question, what will likely happen? And this is basically where ML, machine learning, shines. And then you have the fourth one, which is prescriptive analysis. And this one basically answers the question, what is the optimal action? So instead of having a scenario and then having a machine learning, giving you an output, here you see the opposite. You are looking at the output you wish to have, and the machine will tell you what input you give it. That's prescriptive analysis, and it's really about the optimal action. And when it's about climate, you want to optimize things. You want to depollute as much as you can. You want to optimize that. So OR is basically the science of optimization. It happens a lot that you see really in real life, 20 to 40% of improvement when you use OR. It's already used extensively in a lot of sectors, transportation, internet, the army, supply chain. There is no supply chain without OR. Just to give you an idea about the optimization that is available with OR, if you look at the right column, the TSP, the traveling salesman problem, that's a problem that is well studied in OR. So it's the following problem. You have some cities, the red dots, and you want to do a tour visiting each city only once. So you enter a city, you exit the city, and you do a whole tour. You start from one city, you come back to the same city. And you want to optimize that tour in the sense that you want that the number of kilometers or the number of minutes you need to travel is minimum. So with ML, you can optimize the TSP, and you get as a result the ability to solve that problem with 100 cities. So it's 100. If you use OR, you can solve it to optimality with 100,000 of nodes. So it's a 1 and then 5 zeros. You see the difference, and that's normal because OR is really done to optimize. So I would like you to consider OR if you are trying to optimize and not ML. I'm not disregarding ML at all. ML is wonderful, but ML cannot optimize as well as OR. And actually, the key is to combine them, to use ML, OR, and actually other tools. I'm going to give you an example. This is a problem we did a few years back, and it's about reducing the traffic in a city that is the size of Montreal. So the goal is to minimize the average travel time in a city the size of Montreal during peak hours when the congestion is really high. So to do that, you can play with modifying the traffic lights plan. So you can decide that the traffic light can be red a little bit longer or shorter, or the green phase can be longer or shorter, or you can change them. You can add or remove a traffic light. And we also add the possibility to add or remove intelligent traffic lights. These are traffic lights that talk to each other. That said, the intelligent traffic lights are really expensive, so you don't want to put too many of them. So you see, a first goal is to minimize the average travel time, but the second one is to minimize the cost. So you have 2 objectives instead of 1. That's already something that ML is not really able to to deal with. How do you try to solve such a problem? Because actually you don't have data. So you cannot use some approaches in ML. I mean, you don't have data. So basically you have to provide the data. So to solve that problem, we had a traffic simulator. We had access to the output of the intelligent traffic light system, but actually they were black boxes. We didn't know what they exactly did. And then we have OD, origin destination matrices, to know where people are going during that peak hours. So the solution we developed was an autonomous system that could find its own policies, what to do to optimize the traffic during the peak hours. So basically what we did was a combination of ML and OR. The ML part was reinforcement learning, the OR part was local search, and it's really the combination of both that could lead to some solution. What we did was not possible with ML alone or with OR alone. If you see the results, so I'm going to give the results for two situations. One is really just to test water and see if the system works. So an almost empty city with only 750 vehicles. And the optimization we could get was an improvement of 24%, almost 25%. This is a lot. And then when it's highly congested, so there are 44,429 vehicles, we could get 8.75, so almost 9% of improvement. This means that the travel time on average went down by 33 seconds per user. Again, this is not possible by ML or OR alone. It's really the combination of both that allows you to get such results. If you have questions, don't hesitate, because basically I'm done with the presentation. So it was a 10 minutes. I see that I'm almost at 8. I can go into further details if you want, or I can answer the questions. So I don't have any feedback, so I don't know if someone, I mean, I can continue. So basically, I hope you're interested by combining OR and ML. So there are basically 4 ways to combine them. The first one became mainstream, I would say, since 2019, and even it's not that mainstream. So the idea is to use them as separate black boxes.
Do you hear me, Nikolai?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay,
so
good.
I just said that I finished, but I mean, I was continuing because I didn't have any feedback.
Yeah. Sorry. I guess we were on mute. So thank you so much for that. I guess maybe Alan has some questions from the YouTube.
We have 5 minutes for questions.
Understood. So first off, thank you, Nikolai, for being here with us today. In what ways could someone incorporate OR and ML together for the hackathon itself, in your opinion, in your perspective?
So, I mean, first of all, I would say you should always combine them, because this is really the best way to approach problems with an analytical solution. So the thing is, if you don't know anything about OR, it's going to be really hard to add it during the hackathon. But on the long term, I hope that people will start to notice that it exists and it has a lot of solution, and in particular, it can optimize very well. How to combine them during the hackathon, I don't know, because or you know about OR and you already know what I'm saying, or you don't, and basically you're not going to learn in a few days what OR is. But on the longer term, if you're interested, I would say that there are 4 ways to combine them, and here you have on the slide the 4 ways. So the first one is to use them as separate black boxes. You use most of the time ML in a first step. ML is able to give you some insight, or not insight, but I mean to give you predictions, so to give you some points. And then OR is able to optimize. I'm going to give you an example. So for instance, you have a train company, you want to repair and replace tracks. How can you do this for least cost? You can do this in 2 steps. First step, you put cameras under your wagons, you let your train go, you take pictures. With deep learning, you're going to stitch those pictures together. With deep learning, you're going to recognize what type of intervention you need to do. I need to replace that track in 6 months. I need to repair that track in 2 years, and it's going to be that type of reparation. That's what ML can do. And then once you have what I'm calling those points, you need to know how to act. And this is where OR comes in, because you can repair a track, but maybe it will be worth to repair another track just next to it, but that shouldn't be repaired right now, but maybe 2 years later. But it would cost you less to do it right now than to send another team 2 years later. So that's the perfect combination of ML and OR as 2 separate black boxes. This really becomes mainstream now. Everybody almost wants to do this. But then there are 3 other ways to combine them. The second and the third one are really technical. It's just to use one to help the other. So you can use OR to help ML, and you can use ML to help OR. It works wonders in both directions. And then there's a fourth one, and we believe this is the future of AI. It's a total hybridization of ML and OR. But this is really something new. We are just starting about this.
Awesome.
Oh, go on, Tim, please.
No. If there's any other questions, I think we can take maybe one more, and then we'll go to Dawson.
Actually, there is a question, but that's more general. It applies more to you guys, Tim and Monica. To that end, for these challenge hackathons, would you like? Would it be acceptable for participants to upload presentations of their challenges and hackathons during the actual event itself once it's done?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess, well, I could take that one really quickly, and then we could go if there's another one for Nikolai. But I think at the end of the hackathon at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I don't know what the UTC is for that, but we'll check it. That will be when everyone will submit their final project. So that'll include a 3-minute demo video, as well as the rest of your work to DevPost. And I don't have all the details on that. That'll come on Friday, I think. But yeah, that's the short answer. Anything, Alan, for Nikolai from YouTube?
No, that's basically it. It was a very nice presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Nikolai, again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai.
Thank you, and I wish you a lot of success and good luck and good work.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And yeah, exactly. We're all here to try to enable all of you out there who are watching. So we can't wait to see what happens this weekend.
Yeah, and maybe I'll add, like, we see a lot of eagerness from you guys. Like, you're asking questions, you're already thinking about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we love it. And there's another question that came here is, how can we access the Miro board, the awesome Miro board we've seen used by Jason and Nicole yesterday and today, and how can you get involved in Slack, right? We mentioned Slack just earlier with Bertrand presenting the challenges. So the answers is you'll have access to all of that when the hackathon launches on Friday. So till then, we're going to prepare all of that for you guys, forming the teams, and you'll have access to all these platforms by Friday. So you guys are super eager. We love it. There's still some suspense and some little agitation you guys have to keep till the end of the week.
All right. So let's go to... do we have Chris Adam from Dawson? Okay, so not yet. We'll go to him very shortly. In the meantime, were there any other points that we should kind of go over regarding today or the week?
Well, I want to remind the people that there's also a French track. If you guys want to watch that, please do so. We have an amazing translator.
Sorry to interrupt. This is true. I do know that we've had a number of technical difficulties with that. So I'm not sure if we have French running right now. We do really apologize. Oh, it is up. Okay, so it's working right now. We apologize again for all of that. We hope that we can get everything stable for Friday. But we're doing our best. We want to make sure that obviously this is accessible to everyone in both languages in Canada. We would love to do more. We have 2 viewers on the French station, so obviously that makes sense given that people...
Bonjour les francophones!
Exactly. We actually had the idea of going and doing more switching between English and French on this stream, but ultimately we had to make the decision to go with one language to ensure that it was not too complicated for the live stream. But it's definitely not out of us prioritizing English in any way. So I'm wondering if maybe we have Chris yet. If not, we can discuss a couple more things quickly. We do.
Yeah,
so,
we see the Dawson guys coming in.
All right. So let's, so Chris Adam is here with us. We can see him on the screen. And Chris, I'd love to hear what you have to say about Dawson. And I think we have Joel Trudeau as well, who's coming in. Is that the case? There's Joel. And then I think also there's going to be a student as well. Is that the case? All right, great. So I'll let you all take away, and maybe you can do just a quick intro yourselves so that we know who you are.
I think we're waiting for Arazu to come in, who
Okay.
has been testing backstage. She'll be here in a moment.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll wait for the student, Arezu Darani, to join you guys.
Yeah,
So
and in the
meanwhile,
meantime,
so tell me, Tim, did you go to Dawson growing up in Montreal?
it's funny that you ask about my educational background. So I'm one of these people that I don't know what exactly happened, but I thought I was going to be a millionaire by the time I was 30. I was growing up in the 90s. I thought that this was, you just do a startup and that's it. So I didn't take school very seriously up until I realized actually how important it was to get a job. My grades in high school, I went to Loyola High School in Montreal, which was a private school, but I really wasn't dedicated. I went to CEGEP afterwards, but I wasn't serious about it. So I did spend the most time at Dawson, but I also went to Vanier College. I went to Champlain College, and I never actually graduated. And then I had to go back to university as a continuing mature student, actually, I think it was. And that was really difficult. And I do not recommend that for anyone because it's just way harder to get in afterwards. Waste a lot of time taking prerequisites that you could have just finished off. Anyway, I don't want to make this about me.
No, but it's
but
interesting.
I did love Dawson.
Interesting life advice.
There.
Interesting life advice. I went to Dawson actually many years ago, and I love the campus. It has this really authentic, like old Montreal. I think they're rebuilt the library from an old cathedral, and they have a lot of green space around as well. So really beautiful campus in the heart, almost in the heart of downtown Montreal. So if some of you eventually want to visit Montreal as we are post-pandemic, a gorgeous city to walk around with.
Yeah, and I think we have some really awesome updates that we're going to hear about in this segment with regard to Dawson.
Yeah, and we have Arezu Darani joining. Sorry if we have your name written here, but the handwriting sometimes makes us do mistakes. So yeah, I guess the three of you are ready. We got the Dawson team with us, guys. Everybody, let's hear what's up in Dawson. What makes Dawson cool? And really, we should learn from them through this hackathon.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. And yes, it is a special place. And I'd like to take a moment to introduce it. Dawson College is the largest CEGEP or college in Quebec. We are an Anglophone or an English college amongst a réseau of largely French colleges. I represent the Sustainability Office and the Living Campus platform. So as you just said in your introduction, we celebrate life at Dawson on the building envelope. We have beautiful grounds, and we're trying to humanize education as much as possible and bring meaning to the various content of disciplines. Very quickly, we're glad to be involved in this hackathon because we are leaders or recognized as leaders in sustainability and climate action. Our board proudly and boldly announced 2 years ago that we are carbon neutral forever. We have reduced our energy greenhouse gas emissions by 60%, and we offset the rest of our greenhouse gas emissions, including transportation of our students to school. That's 140,000 kilometers per day. And we offset that with 30,000 trees planted in the last 2 years. So we're very proud of that as well. Of course, in our mission statements and our strategic plan, we talk about well-being for all, which is just, I think, a more casual way of saying sustainability. How do we better take care of ourselves, other people, and the planet? And that's really the responsibility of some amazing teachers at Dawson. And I'm about to introduce Joel Trudeau, one of those teachers that's passionate about teaching and uses special approaches and methods to make sure that we increase meaning and engagement in students. So I'm going to pass it right over to Joel, and he will introduce the next wonderful and amazing step, our students, which the reason we're all at Dawson College. Joel.
Wow, thanks, Chris. What a great introduction. Yeah, Dawson really is a special place to work and to study. It's like a little village where we all take care of one another. We try our best, and like everyone during these COVID days, you really miss your community when you can't be there in person. So I'm eager to get back to the college as soon as possible. I'll just introduce myself really quickly, because the main voice you want to hear is really our student Arazu. So my name is Joel Trudeau. As Chris said, I'm from the physics department at Dawson College, and I'm project lead of the Dawson AI Artificial Intelligence Initiative, and my main role there is coordination in support of the various dossiers of the initiative, including curriculum and program development, research, outreach, and community partnerships. And I work with an amazing team of dedicated faculty. And our overarching goal of the initiative is to build the needed capacity and infrastructure to hopefully significantly contribute to college education within the AI ecosystem. And of course, it fits with the theme of this hackathon, and with our AI partners here, AI Launch Lab. I'm also founder and coordinator of an initiative called SPACE at Dawson. SPACE is an acronym for Sciences Participating with Arts and Science, with Arts and Culture and Education. And it's now in its 12th year at Dawson, and it offers enriched learning and mentorship opportunities for students in and out of the classroom. Arazu Adari Darani, the full name, is a student working with Chris and I through the Sustainability Office and Space, and she's going to speak to you today about a multifaceted project she's working on with other students that combines elements of sustainability, student research and engagement with a citizen science orientation, and also great potential for integrating AI tools into a long-term study of local impacts on climate using the campus as a laboratory, which is something that Chris has modeled for us very well over the years. So with that, I'll pass it to Arazu to speak to you today about a project.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. I'm so honored to be there from Dawson. Okay, I just quickly go to the slide and start my presentation. Okay. Hello, my name is Arzu Heydari, and I'm a health science student at Dawson College. Having a keen interest in the environment and science led me to be a member in both Sustainable Dawson and space teams. I believe that using science in climate actions will boost and accelerate its effect. Climate change touches all our lives because it affects all aspects of modern life. In Canada and around the world, extreme heat is a major health problem. The impact of heat waves has already caused many serious illnesses and deaths across Canada. Some examples of extreme heat-related deaths in Canada are 156 deaths in July 2019 in British Columbia, and 280 deaths in July 2010, and 86 deaths in July 2018 in Quebec. Cities and towns tend to be much warmer than the surrounding countryside. This is called the urban heat island, and it threatens over 30 million Canadians, because over 4 out of 5 people in Canada live in urban settings. In metropolitans, urban heat island is the main cause of experiencing extreme heat. Rapid urbanization, population growth, and acceleration of energy usage is the main base that emerges UHI. The base of growing trend of UHI in metropolitan is the vertical growth of building and reduced ratio of green areas to residential and commercial areas. On a sunny day, for example, a paved surface can be 27 to 50 degrees Celsius hotter,
than the air. The differences is especially noticeable at night when the heat captured by pavement and buildings during the day continues to warm the city after the sun goes down. Large cities can be as much as 12 degrees Celsius warmer than their surrounding environment in the evening. However, Health Canada provides some solution to eliminate UHI and related health problems, such as expanding vegetation cover, implementing climate-sensitive urban design and planning, integrating natural ventilation and water features into urban designs, and finally reducing waste heat production. Climate monitoring typically involves data collection and data processing, where AI and citizen science approaches can be complementary and valuable, and data analysis, where scientists can use machine learning to ask questions of processed data. Climate monitoring provides the user with the information they need for effective planning and operation to respond to climate variation in the frequency, intensity, and location of extreme weather and climate events. Citizen science, AI, or integration of both can maximize outcomes for scientists and conservation managers in the context of data collection, data processing, and data analysis. Climate change solutions start close to home, but involve new ways of thinking, planning, and acting in workplaces, neighborhoods, and communities across the country. Providing a heat map is one tool that can be used to investigate impacts of UHI and its proposed solution on global warming. Dawson College campus is a good location to investigate UHI impact. An expected outcome is that increasing the amount of vegetation on campus will have an impact. The campus is in the heart of downtown Montreal with approximately 12 acres of green space. Areas on campus with varying amount of vegetation density, from gardens to parking lots, make it a wise choice for examining effect of green spaces on UHI. Access to the campus throughout the year provides opportunities to collect and monitor data so that we can also study seasonal effects of weather to the UHI. And furthermore, with the involvement of students and faculty from many different programs, we can model citizen science-based environmental research, and a key role to perform this study is collaboration of different disciplines in technical and social dimensions of this project. The Dawson College Heatmap project will generate many different experiments that the student will be involved with. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Arzu. I'm going to give some specific examples of what you've just talked about, where Dawson itself as a building absorbing this heat and releasing it, as you say, in the evening, has definite effects on our area, our specific little postage stamp of Montreal, and has health effects for the 1,100 employees and 10,000 students that visit our building daily. So I like very much your example, up to a 12-degree difference. That is really substantial for someone who has allergies, asthma, who is elderly, has heart issues. So I just want to really bring down that student research is really helping us at Dawson. And one of the things Joel and many other teachers are doing, it's not simply good enough at Dawson to represent a discipline, teach some content, and say, thank you very much. You now have a diploma from Dawson College and you have more knowledge and some skill. But what is the meaning of that material in real life? So as you mentioned in your introduction so well, and I'm glad you did, I really do believe, and I'm proud as a teacher, and I know I speak for the students and the teachers, that we really make an effort to use the word authentic, real world learning at Dawson College. And we'll continue to use these projects where we'll have a heat island effect, or rather map of our building, and then we'll look at actions that we can do, both for facilities, maybe making a green roof and reducing our air conditioning load by 4%, which is substantial, increasing shade for students to have classes under, increased biodiversity. All of these things are linked, and it's that wonderful holistic view that I'm really excited about. And I'm on the same journey the students are, and I know I speak for Joel, that we continue to learn as people first and teachers second. So thank you very much, Arizu, for representing the students. You've contributed more than 50% of the substantial changes at Dawson College that have just recently been recognized as world leaders. We are world leaders in accomplishing actions for sustainability, and it's because of our students. So now we're just going to use AI, and we'll try to speed up this wonderful action, positive action for people in the environment. So on behalf of all of us at Dawson, thank you again. Thank you, Joel. And thank you to the AI team here that I see in studio.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Very impressive. Honestly, I didn't know this was happening, but wow, amazing initiatives. You guys are leaders in the
I wish I could go back to Dawson
industry.
now.
Yeah, that's your chance, Tim, to go back there
to finally
and
graduate.
And you'll be at the heart of sustainability innovation in the city.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you so much, all three of you, for being with us and talking about all those amazing things and of course the crisis and what we all need to do. Looking forward to hearing about the Bee Challenge, because there's a lot more to hear about that, and also with regard to Dawson's Bee Initiative. Is that what you call it? What do you call the Bee Initiative at Dawson?
Many things depending on the discipline, the filter you're looking at through. But right now we're looking at how AI technology and those honeybees are going to meet in an exciting way. And we'll announce that on Friday to the various people interested in the hackathon.
Awesome. So that's the Don't Worry, Be Healthy challenge that we're going to hear about on Friday. All right. Well, thank you, Chris.
We have a few minutes for questions, actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Good point.
Tim, I think he needs another coffee.
We haven't eaten anything yet, so.
Yeah, lunch is on its way with a bicycle, not in a polluting car, hopefully.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for being here, honestly, and thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask, what got you all, like, with Dawson exactly, what compelled you guys to get into the whole sustainability approach and making sure that Dawson is a leader in Quebec with these measures in the first place?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't ask our student to answer that first. Arizu, what attracted you to the sustainability program in general? And that's a broad term, of course. It represents the entire college.
Yes. Actually, the story behind my volunteering for sustainability it's very long, but in short word, I should say that I get involved with the Sustainable Dawson because I needed to be relaxed and I needed to have the peace of mind. So, and actually, at that point that I get involved from fall 2019, I had some personal problems in my family, and I had a problem with the sleeping. And then when I started to working with the sustainable lesson, when I get to gardens, when I do gardening, everything, composting, even composting, I feel much better, and this is the main reason that I continue. And yeah, I hope that I answered your question.
It's a good answer, thank you. Exactly. And what about Dawson as a whole then? In that case, Professor, if you don't mind.
Well, I think it's a loaded question and a very good one. I think educational institutions, it's too easy to say, well, that's where you go to learn. That's where you go to get educated. We get educated by, through many methods. One of them is in a classroom. But I think if I may, what Arizu's expressing is relationships. When a student says, I like the topic, it doesn't matter what topic it is. You tend to say, I like the teacher, I like the people I was with, I like the comfort of the classroom, I like the hallway when I went down and I did my sports event or my special activity. And I think collectively at Dawson, we're humanizing education. So we're changing relationships with each other, teacher, student, 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 with our food, with our facilities. And I think that's really exciting. And I love education. I'm at an Institute of Higher Education because I love it. But I think we do have to look in the rearview mirror and say there are some things we have to correct. It's not just about knowing more. And Joel's space program defines, if please add, what you're doing, Joel, brings that together when we mention culture and teaching, science, art.
With pleasure, Chris. Yeah, we talk a lot about education of the whole person, right? And often we don't recognize, I think especially in this time, we see the value of being in person. 80% of learning something like this takes place outside of the classroom for students, through interactions with their peers, through special projects. We often put a lot of focus on content, but I think a lot of that learning happens in growth as a person. And if you can orient yourself and your programs towards developing and supporting the health and well-being of your students, you're more likely to see success in their achievements academically. I think that's what one of the points that Arzu is making here. If I may just take a tangent for a second, the space initiative started out as an extracurricular initiative with the goal of looking at bringing together students from different disciplines to work on common projects. Over time, it's taken on more of a co-curricular and now increasingly an academic flavor as well. But what we've seen in common over all these years of students who participated in the initiative and projects like this is that it's driven by passion and by their interests. And when you have that, their ability to go deeply into a subject and learn what they need to succeed increases dramatically. And if you can find a way of then replicating that in the classroom, then you're set up for success. And sustainability as a whole supports that so beautifully, right? Because it's everybody's purview.
Awesome. I would also love it if you could talk a little bit about Dawson's AI initiative.
Would love to do that. Tim, as you know, you're familiar with it, being on our AI advisory board. I gave sort of a brief overview of some of the things that are involved with the initiative, including curriculum and program development and research, outreach and community partnerships. But that doesn't say a lot in terms of what we're doing on the ground right now. So we're halfway through a 3-year plan with special funding that was given by our through our board of governors. It's a little more than $1 million over 3 years, which sounds like a lot until you start spending it, and then you realize how much work there is to do here. And we're taking the approach at Dawson of a general approach to impacts of AI on the future of education in the college space. Now, there are many ways of doing this. We're also thinking about niche contributions for the workforce and so on. But what we're embracing wholeheartedly at Dawson is this idea that impacts of AI are for everyone, every discipline, every domain, every program. And it's very difficult to design curriculum around that. And so one of our focuses, just to give you a flavor of what our approach is here, is to think of the, maybe bottleneck's not the right word, but all students have general education components to their college experience, which means that they all take ethics and humanities, English, languages, French, phys ed. And so there's a sense in which you can expose all students to the impacts of AI through general education and provide complementary education.
That's really insightful.
For some reason, Siri has been bothering me. Sorry about that. I hope that didn't go over the.
No, that was great.
I'd
love to hear it. It's amazing to see Dawson leading on two of the most critical issues of our time.
Yeah.
Really inspiring. So I guess
I guess
we'll
we're timing out on this segment. But were there any other pressing questions for the panel, Alan? If not, we'll.
Tim, I would just say there, just to close on the AI initiative, because for some reason I initiated Siri, and Siri was talking to me as I was talking, which was strange to me because that's never happened. Just that we're excited to be not just working within Dawson, but to be working across institutions with multiple partners, and not just in AI, but in education or sustainability, but education in general. And we love being able to collaborate with other institutions and other organizations, and to be involved with an event such as this is really a pleasure and an honor. So thank you for having us.
So thank you, Joel. The honor is definitely ours, and we really are lucky to have had you come on and talk about all of this. So now, Monica, are we going to go to our next segment?
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, all of you. We're looking forward to learning and applying those great, inspiring words and learnings that you brought today over the weekend.
Yeah, and if any parents out there, send your kids to Dawson. You will not regret it.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. All right. Well, Tim, it's a busy day today, but a lot of good stuff. I love even learning about that. I want to say before going to the next segment, which will be Elham talking about using AI for climate change, I want to mention how, like, today, our setup, we're comfortable, it's running so smooth. I want to give an amazing shout out to the IT team that's running all of this in the background, to Andrew, Leslie, Carlos, and their team at What's Really Good. It's amazing that today we can interact and have a really super smooth day. So thank you guys for your hard work.
Yeah.
Awesome. So if we have Elham available, not quite yet. Okay. Oh, there she is. So maybe, Tim, you can introduce a bit. Who is Elham and what is her topic for the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, I'll give a really quick one, and then Elham can give a full introduction of herself. But we've been really lucky at AI Launch Lab to have Elham with us. She's one of our lead AI people, so she's been managing projects over the summer, and lucky to have her give this talk. And then she's going to give a workshop later today on time series, and also she'll be a mentor throughout this weekend. So I'll let her speak to her background. Thank you, Elham, for being with us.
Hi, thank you, Tim, for the introduction. Yes, my name is Elham, and I am a postdoctoral researcher at University of Montreal, and also research and development scientist at Actionable. And I'm very delighted to be here to talk about my research project, which is climate change. So I share my screen. So you can see my screen now.
It's coming through, and there you go. Maybe go in presentation mode so we see it full screen.
Yeah,
instead
sure.
of in PowerPoint.
So how do you see it now?
It's coming through. There you go.
Okay, perfect. So I'm delighted to be here to talk about my research project, which is a climate change in finance. So I will tell you that how climate change can affect economy, financial system or business, and how AI can help to solve challenges in this topic. So I will tell you first that what's climate change, so you know all in this hackathon that climate change is not just some changes in current weather It is an alternation of average weather that occurs over next years or maybe millions of years. Climate change is happening. It has severe consequences. We are at risk of extreme weather. Our planet gets hotter. We all face the impact of climate change. But how climate change, how much climate change costs if we do nothing? Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in 2018 estimate that if nothing was done and if warming increased to 1 degrees Celsius, bearing in mind that we have already had about 1 degree of warming. So the global cost of climate change damages is likely to be around $54 trillion by the end of the century. And if we reach 2 degrees of warming, the estimates would be $69 trillion worth of damages. But how climate change affects business and economy? Climate change is projected to reduce per capita earning by 23% by the close of the century, with countries in the mid latitudes, including US and China, losing nearly half of their potential output. Businesses will face damages to building infrastructure and agriculture land, as well as disrupted supply chains. A recent report revealing almost $1 trillion forecast costs to be borne by 200 of the world's largest listed companies. Insurances losses will continue to increase, with some risks becoming uninsurable, or a combination of losses and economic instability will pose significant risks to the global banking system. So in the past, companies' goals just increasing the profits, cost of capitals, and get more financially powerful without taking care of climate change. But now, climate change is a big threat for them. But what can business do about climate change? Business around the world should be taking climate action. So they can offer innovative, practical, eco-friendly products and solutions. They can take a step to reduce their carbon footprint, switching to cleaner energy or renewable energy. Another thing that business can do is called scenario analysis. So what is it and how companies and investors be using it? Scenario analysis is a process of examining and evaluating possible events or scenarios that could take place in the future and predicting various feasible results for each scenario. In financial modeling, the process is typically used to estimate changes in the value of the business or cash flow, especially when there are potentially favorable or unfavorable events that could impact the economy. Most business managers use scenario analysis because they want to use it for their decision making. They want to find out what's the result or outcomes of the best case scenario and what's the outcome of the worst case scenario, anticipating then profits or potential losses. Individual can use this process when they want to have a big investment coming up, such as purchasing a house or setting up a business. So the best case scenario is the basis of the Paris Agreement that will lead warming less than 1.8 degrees. And worst case scenario is about like increasing global temperature by 3 degrees or more. But how we can get help from this scenario analysis? We can actually anticipate climate change risk by using this scenario analysis. Climate risk refers to the risk assessment based on formal analysis of the consequences, likelihoods, and responses to the impacts of climate change and how societal constraints shape adoption options. It contains two parts, is a physical risk or transition risk. So physical risk is about the operation impact of extreme weather, supply shortage caused by, for example, water scarcity, or transition risk is about arise from the society response to climate change. For example, changes in policy, changes in technology, markets and regulation. Or in other words, it's like the transition outcome to the low carbon economy. Physical risk may have financial implications for organizations, such as direct damages to assets and indirect impacts from supply chain disruption. Transition risk can increase business costs, undermine the viability of existing products or services, or affect asset values. So, worst case scenario that has been done by IPCC based on the sea level rise projection, they actually anticipate that Facebook headquarters in Silicon Valley will be fully underwater by the end of the century as 2100. So we have seen that the climate change is a big threat, but it's also an opportunity for businesses. Business or companies can aim to improve their resource productivity, for example, increasing energy efficiency, so therefore can reduce their costs. Climate change can bring innovation, inspiring new products or services which are less carbon intensive, which enable carbon reduction by others. Companies can enhance the resilience of their supply chain, for example, by reducing reliance on prices with volatile fossil fuels by shifting to our renewable energy. But companies know about these the risk or the opportunities. But what about the investors? What about the asset managers or stakeholders? How they can know about these risks? So companies disclose climate risk exposure. So one of the main reports is TCFDs, that the companies disclose the climate risk exposure or climate risk and opportunities through this report. In December 2015, the Financial Stability Board established the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or TCFD, to develop voluntary, consistent climate change financial risk disclosure for companies to use when providing information to investors, lenders, insurance, and other stakeholders. In June 2017, they provide recommendations for these reports. They said that go and disclose the information in a structured way. And so we have different parts in these reports about the governance, about their strategy. They disclose, companies disclose about the risk management or metrics and targets. The other reports, or actually this is a questionnaire, which is done by CDP. CDP, or Carbon Disclosure Project, is a non-profit organization which aims to study the implication of climate change for world's principal publicly traded companies. CDP has conducted annual survey to collect information on greenhouse gas or GHG emissions by companies. The questionnaire include about 100 questions. The other reports, that is the reports for US companies, is SEC filing. It's a financial statement or other formal document that is submitted through US Security and Exchange Commission, SEC. So public companies, certain insiders, broker-dealers, they are required to provide SEC filings. So it's a comprehensive report filed annually by public companies about their financial performance is mandatory. Failure to disclose the risk results in litigation, and is a useful tool for investors to make important decisions about this investment. So the last slide, that is how AI and how AI can help to do this, to tackle kind of the challenges about this risk, or the climate change risk. And this is actually my project as the University of Montreal. So the first thing that we use AI is automate analysis of climate risk disclosures. So there are many, many tons of these disclosures around the world. And so a human cannot read and analyze all of them, but AI can do it. AI can be used to extract useful information for stakeholders, for investors. And then we use AI to transfer non-structural text data, which is disclosed in the disclosures, to structural data. There's a way that you use AI that evaluate the reports, that how they disclose the information. And also we can do the classification of the disclosed information. So thank you. And I would be happy to answer your questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elham, for that. Are there any questions in the YouTube comment section, Alan?
Well, for one, how do you see the future of AI and climate change coming in together in the future?
About this project that I explained, that AI is something that's because for nowadays there is some interpreter or some experts that they can read these climate change disclosures, and then they can evaluate each companies based on that. But in the future, AI can do it like perfectly, automatically, and it's AI is actually is a useful tools for the automation of all process, or maybe can be used in the future that automation of providing actually these reports. So automatically they can provide this information inside the report.
No, I see, I see. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank
There
you.
aren't that many other questions. Tim, Monica, any questions on your part?
No, but I think we're right on time to progress forward with the agenda. So thank you so much, Elham. Really insightful elements here, and we look forward to learning more through this weekend's hackathon.
Yeah, thank you. So I have another presentation at 6 o'clock about a time series. So I will see you there.
We're extra lucky today. We're getting the Persian lady with us twice. So yes, Elham, we'll see you again later this afternoon.
Thank you, Elham. All right, so let's go to, we're going to actually have Nico, who is well, I don't know if he would consider himself a live animator as a title, but he will be doing that for the break. So if anyone doesn't need a break, then take a look at what's going on the screen.
Yeah. Excellent. Exactly. So we have a 10-minute break now, guys, if you want to grab a bite. Otherwise, feel free to indulge in this beautiful art that Nico's doing for us, and drawing and using what we're talking about to visually make it interesting. So Nico, this is your time now, 10 minutes. Otherwise, guys, see you in 10 for more amazing workshops. It's not over. We got some more to cover today with you guys. So see you soon.
See you soon.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Did you guys see those beautiful drawings from Nico? I think I saw some solar panels in there and things related to our planet and infrastructures. Amazing art. You'll see him again later on a break. So thank you so much, Nico. Amazing to bring art into this hackathon workshop day today and yesterday. But just before I go to the next speaker, let's hear a little bit more from Tim and Pooja about education and experience learning. Can you guys share a few words about that and why is this important and relevant for the hackathon?
Yeah, we'll go to Pooja maybe just for a couple of minutes before we go to our next workshop. What do you think about this, Pooja?
So one thing that I definitely wanted to bring up about education, especially right now during COVID times, and especially how it's relevant, is that a lot of things are now online. So using technology and using things like that, especially in the education field, technology has been used a lot to kind of help this whole, I personally, I go to university. So to help the whole university system go online, it has been very essential. So personally for me, New York University has been in a hybrid model, which means that like half of the classes are online and half the classes are in person. Now, in order to make the process seamless between in-person and online, it's been essential for the technology to be on par and to be like more set. So yeah, I just wanted to bring up that little point and how it's relevant to the hackathon is that technology can be used to solve all different types of problems, and one of them being, the educational barriers we had to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a solved problem, I guess, right? Like there's a lot of testing, a lot of institutions are trying different things. I think there's a lot of problems with some of the approaches that are being used. Obviously, you can talk about like privacy with regard to like when people are doing exams and having cameras and sensors to try to track them. But also just with the whole the plan for learning, right? I mean, I think a lot of professors just taking their course material and trying to put it online, but not necessarily in a way that's optimized for the medium, right? So I think, not to say that we haven't, the answers, but I think that we're really trying to evolve in this kind of a environment. And we're gonna fail. We're gonna try things that won't work. So I guess keep that in mind that we're just doing our best. Our team is working really hard to try to make this a great experience. But it really ties to what the future of education is. And I guess we don't have too much time to get into it. Maybe we can have another segment on Friday to get into this a little bit. We'll see if there's a moment, but maybe I'll give you the last word, Pooja.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that like through all this like innovation that we create, even like in climate change or any sort of thing, a lot of it is going towards educating. And one of the big things about climate change is educating everybody else on the little things that they can do to make things simpler. So I hope throughout this hackathon, through these solutions that you guys come up with, that there is sort of something that we can educate other people about and hopefully make the world a better place.
Awesome. Great note to end on. Thank you, Pooja.
Yeah, thank you both to Tim and Pooja on that important concept, right? Educating and learning and making it meaningful for everyone. So before introducing the next one, I want to mention that, the participants are going to work on their challenge through this weekend. They're going to prepare all their project, work with the data. But then what's really important and often forgotten is how will you communicate how awesome your project and your solution is? And all of that happens in a pitch. And a pitch is not like a pitcher of beer, although I wish I had one now to share with Tim. But a pitch is when you present something and it's clear, to the point, organized, so that all the audience understands what you're presenting. And I think that's a very important skill, something to not overlook during the submission of your projects. So on that note, Tim, maybe you can introduce the folks that will give us a little workshop on how to make your pitch perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really lucky to have Michaela from Front Row Ventures. Front Row Ventures, well, I'll let Michaela give the real explanation of what the role is that Front Row Ventures is playing in the ecosystem in, well, it was Quebec, now they're across Canada. So, but I think in addition to what they're doing with regard to trying to find and fund early stage startups by students at universities, there's also that they've done Women Founders Fund. So definitely diversity in tech, diversity in who gets funded. These are really critical issues. When we talk about AI, or not we, but other people have mentioned that, it's important for there to be representation in terms of who's actually working on these projects. Because, if you have a 85-90% male, organization that's training these models, they're not going to think of everything, right? It just doesn't affect them in the same way that it would.
Everyone needs some ladies in their life. And I think we've seen amazing women leading in this hackathon too, and through the speakers to
Absolutely.
bring that diversity, right?
Yeah, and then all the other underrepresented groups in tech. So let's not talk too long. I guess I'm probably rambling. Let's go to Michaela, and maybe you can introduce yourself. Oh, we don't have video for Michaela yet, so we'll just keep chatting.
So we can hear Michaela. So this is the true test if she's the pitch perfect woman. So
Yeah.
Michaela, we're gonna use our sense of sound to listen to you.
And I just want to check, is the audio okay? Because to me it sounds like we're okay. Okay. So we're gonna chat for a few minutes while we're waiting. So yeah, let's expand a bit on, I don't know, maybe
on the pitch, right? So
yeah.
How long should a pitch be, right? Like we talk about elevator pitch, it's like 30 seconds. So you have the chance to present your thoughts and, just an elevator ride. I think there's a history coming from there. There's also elevator music, but that's not as interesting as the elevator pitch. Although you could use some elevator music if you want to. But I think the submission, right, that the teams have to make is basically a 3-minute submission. But let's quickly see. Shaida, do you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you, Tim and Monica.
Awesome. We hear and see you. That's perfect. I think you're joining from the West Coast, or you were there not long ago. But yeah, I guess without further ado, tell us more about the pitch workshop.
Well, Shaida is one of our facilitators, so she's going to chat with us while we're waiting to get whatever resolved with Michaela.
Oh yes, sorry guys.
But yeah,
no,
I mean,
so I'll be monitoring the chat. Oh, I just wanted to say I'll be monitoring the chat for our participants. So if you have any questions throughout any of the rest of the presentations this afternoon, feel free to drop them in the YouTube chat box, and I'll keep an eye on them so I can ask them to the presenters and the speakers at the end of their presentations.
Very good. Thank you for that. But yeah, to continue on that, so the teams will have to submit, right, a video format, a voice with visuals of 3 minutes, right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. So we wanted to try to, obviously there's more to it than the video. The video is one part of it. It's really to try to present, what you worked on in as concise and easy to consume a way as possible. Also, we're going to send these to the judges on Sunday night or Monday, and then they're going to look at that and look at your work. And so that's really your chance to explain what you did and why you did it and the process. And it's I think that, it can really make a huge difference in terms of how you explain what you did and how you present it. Because if you just do really great work and then you go up and you speak about it in a way that's not understandable, obviously life is like that too, right? You can't just do good work and expect people to realize it. What do you think about that, Monica? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think, it's really important because you guys going to work for several hours through a whole weekend. So all that hard work, it's like your only chance to showcase it will be through this 3-minute submission. That's why the pitch is really crucial. You need to allocate time on Sunday. Before you submit, you have to allocate time to prepare for how you're going to present your projects. Like, how will you, explain the problem? How will you then present it, and the angles and the outcomes and your plan for today and long term? So keep in mind the judging criteria that were presented yesterday, because the judges will use that to evaluate your pitch. So it's really your chance to express all that hard work in a very tight time frame. So you have to be clear and organized. So really don't overlook that, because it would be a shame if you did all this work, then you go with your pitch, you submit, and you don't fit in the time frame, you didn't prepare. The amount of stress could raise very highly very quickly. So you guys plan ahead, and that's why we want to give these tips and tricks for you guys to have this.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about that or anything else, Shaida?
Well, I'm really excited to looking at the teens' pitches. I do agree with everything you've said, that it's really important to be able to showcase something that you've put so many hours of work into. Unfortunately, most people won't necessarily be able to give the same amount of time to looking at it. So you need to find a way to translate all the work and effort you've put into a short, kind of summarized version that'll catch people's attention and get them engaged so that they do want to look further and get involved or find out some more information about the project you've been putting so much time into.
Yeah, good point. So it's like everyone has to find their inner salesman and saleswoman, in a sense, without being too pushy. Because
or non-binary as well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Tim. So it's finding that sales kind of part of you, that communication, to make it clear. And you guys have seen it through the workshops yesterday and today. All the people we've heard about have prepared their pitch as well. So you can inspire yourselves from these workshops, these segments, how they bring about the topic, introduce themselves while tackling all the angles, and then wrapping up with a conclusion within the time we gave them, right? Because we're keeping everyone on the clock here today, and that will be the same thing when you submit the project. I'm going to ask, maybe if I were a participant, what happens if you go a little bit over 3 minutes or under 3 minutes? Would you be penalized for that?
I think that, we're not in the business of failing people because they didn't fit into the box. Obviously the intention needs to be there. You can't submit something for 5 minutes or even 4 minutes, but if you go a bit over, if you go below, I mean, that's not really what we're going to be judging you on. But it does also help with perception if you are able to kind of jump through those hoops. It's not what matters, obviously. Your work matters, but I guess I would just tell people do their best, and if you have the right intentions with what you're submitting, then there shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, that's great, Tim. That's reassuring, that you guys shouldn't be, cutting a sweat for like 2-3 seconds or even a few in and out. So you guys do your best. It's part of a learning experience. Like no one's gonna have repercussions against you. And the good news, maybe Tim, we can take the opportunity while we're trying to see if Front Row Ventures will be able to join us until the next segment. But maybe you can tell us, what would happen after they submit the pitch and the judges then evaluate, then we select a winner? Like, what happens after that? Does it end there?
Yeah. So one thing is we're going to take everyone's submission, all of their videos, and upload them, unless you tell us otherwise, if you don't want yours to be public. We want really everyone to have a chance to see everyone else's work, and we want to promote that work. So the process for judging will be that there will be mentors throughout the event, some of whom, I don't know if all of them will, but some of whom will take some notes. So it's not going to be notes like, I don't want people to think that like, oh my goodness, the mentor is coming, I want to hide, where I'm failing. Don't think about it that way. It's just that they're going to keep kind of an idea of where everyone's at, but also with an eye towards collaboration, who's helping, teams out, and progress. If you start out in a place and it's not going well, and then there's a breakthrough, or somebody helps you out and you get somewhere else, or not, maybe you go down this route through the weekend and it ends up with a dead end. That's still valuable, because people are going to fail trying to address the climate crisis, right? We're gonna, if we're not failing, then obviously, it's a cliche, but if you're not failing, then you're not trying something different enough, something, that hasn't been tried before. So, don't think that if you present your results and, you don't really have results that can be used, that's it, it's over. No, that's I don't think that's how we will be judging. Obviously, if it works out, that's great. So I'm not going to say that doesn't count, but we value the process and kind of how you're thinking about things and how you get to where you get. It's really that journey that I think is going to be valuable for presenting. And so so just on that, so there'll be a short listing during the event and towards the end of the event. Then the shortlisted teams will go. Shortlisted teams will go then to the judges. They will do their scoring. Then there'll be a session on Wednesday after the hackathon where judges will get together. It'll be a private session because we don't want them to feel nervous about talking about about teams. But they'll get together and discuss everything. And then they'll make their decisions in terms of winning. And then on Thursday, we're going to have the announcement of the winners. We'll have a very special talk from Dr. Elisa Strom from CFAR as well. So definitely tune in for that. And we'll try to make it fun. We'll try to play videos from the teams, and maybe even get some feedback from the judges live.
Mm-hmm.
And then also... oh, you know what? So we got an update that we have, Michaela, we don't have video, but we do have audio. And I'm wondering if we can still go ahead with that. Does Michaela have slides? Maybe we can have her speak with the slides.
Yeah, and the good news is I'm sure Michaela has a beautiful voice. So even without the video, you'll still enjoy this workshop. But just to add on and end on your point, Tim, is... Exactly. The process of submitting and judging is one thing, but it doesn't just end this year, this month. Sustainability and the opportunities for AI expand further. So with Tim and we were sharing some thoughts on like, what's the long-term goals of doing this, of engaging you guys. We want to make you guys work on things and engage you in this community to go further than just this hackathon than these next few days. So definitely we want to go further than just this hackathon. So we have more surprises for you post-hackathon, some events, some elements in there. So really stay tuned. Make sure you follow the AI Launch Lab, Tim's team that are doing great things for already a few cycles, and also the MTL Green team that were really looking to push the AI community and make sure that there's sustainability in the work you guys are doing. How can we work on this even post-hackathon and further?
Yeah, we want to really try to support people beyond the hackathon and to enable them. So let's just check if we can hear Michaela. Do you hear us, Michaela? And can we hear you? Do you want to say anything?
Hey, Michaela, do you hear us? All right. Michaela, if you hear us, just feel free to speak up and we'll merge towards you with the time we have.
Yeah.
But I want to also add on that the teams that will be forming and participating this weekend, if you guys need feedback on your pitch, on your idea, the MTL Green team will be available to help you guys on that. So we want to make sure you have the chance to pitch your idea and that we also provide, what can you improve, what was great, what could be modified, and how did we understand what you communicated. So if you find Paul, Jason, myself, or Theo on the board, and you'll have a space for performing your pitch, reforming your team will be available to help you guys through that. That's something MTL Green we've been doing with many entrepreneurs. We hear them pitch and we have the community basically give them feedback, what worked, what didn't, and it helps them really improve from that. So take the feedback and criticism as something positive to learn from, right? And like Tim was saying, it doesn't mean that you fall, that it's the end of it. If anything, you will get up stronger, and that's the goal, right? It's a safe space. The goal is to learn, collaborate, and it's not an end game here on this few-day hackathon.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I'll take this opportunity also to talk about our sponsors and the partners. So there's an enormous amount of organizations that have actually been contributing to this event. You can see them on the banner of the event, the Climate Crisis AI Hackathon banner. But there were a few that also gave money. Money is obviously important as well because things cost, live streaming, etc. And so I wanted to give a really big thank you to CFAR. CFAR has very generously funded this event. And also Dr. Strom will be giving a talk on Thursday, as I had mentioned. So we're really lucky for that. And that really helped us go above and beyond for this event in terms of the support that you're going to see during the weekend from mentors. Also, I really want to thank the Concordia Student Union. So Concordia University, their undergraduate student union has very, very generously funded this event, and we're really grateful. They've funded many of our events before through Artificial Intelligence Concordia, which is a student association at Concordia, which is one of the I guess co-organizers, along with AI Launch Lab, which is really tied closely with Artificial Intelligence Concordia. And then also the Concordia Council on Student Life has very generously funded this. So we're very thankful to them. And both of those, Concordia Student Union and Concordia Council on Student Life, really got our programs up from nothing in 2018 when we had never done this before, but we wanted to try to have something of value that we could do for students starting at Concordia, and then it really spread beyond that very quickly to other universities, and then people all over Montreal, and then now all over the world. So thank you to both of them. And then Dawson also has very generously supported this event with money. So, very much grateful for that. And then, just to tie it back to what we were talking about before about post-hackathon and where we want to go, we did on our side, we got a grant recently from the Quebec government where we're going to be able to have AI R&D programs in the spring, in the fall, in the winter. And that's going to be an interesting opportunity to see how can we take some of the projects from this hackathon and continuing them after, and to really support you, some of the teams that maybe show promise or that are interested in continuing. That's going to be really exciting to do. So right now, are we going to do something different, given that we
Yeah, so I think unfortunately we didn't get a chance to hear Michaela's beautiful voice, but we'll try to look into maybe adding a segment of hers onto the YouTube channel or something to make sure you guys have at least some slides or resources on like how to perfect your pitch. So we'll coordinate with her to make sure you guys have access to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the discussion was, but it would be really awesome if we can get a recorded version of that workshop, and then we can post it maybe on Wednesday or Thursday, and then people can watch it there. Really sorry for the technical issues, Michaela. I'm not sure what the issues are, but we do apologize on our end, and we'd love to have that workshop whenever we can. And thank you so much for the support from Front Row Ventures and Women's Founders Fund. Just to talk about Front Row Ventures and Women's Founders Fund, they will be providing mentors during the weekend. So that's really awesome. And there will be a Women Founders Fund prize at the hackathon, which we'll talk about more later.
Wow, that sounds so exciting. And it's great, like all the people supporting, sponsoring, funding, the high potential of bridging AI with climate change. I think it's really important. And the community, the world is super interested in what comes out of this, because the potential is so great, because it's a technology moving forward. Climate change is a pressing matter as well. So I think many are looking forward to what will come out of this. So thanks, Tim, for sharing for those. And yes, thank you to everyone. So I guess, guys, what we can do, since you might be fed up of looking at our beautiful masked smiles, we're going to take a short break and maybe have Miko do some more art and drawing, because we love so much what he's been doing. Nico's like really talented at visualizing. It might not be data viz, but it's definitely some artistry that you guys can inspire from, how we can use that to refer to things that are familiar to us. And after the break, stay tuned. We'll have some more segments for you. So keep in touch and see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, how long is the break? 3-minute break or 10-minute break?
Yeah, the break will be... We'll have till 4, till like 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
10 minutes. Wow, guys, some more amazing art from Nico. We're so lucky to have a way to visualize and add this really fun visuals for you guys for this virtual, experience. Hopefully you guys appreciate the content. We try to make it fun and visually appealing. But without further ado, let's introduce two of our experts of both worlds. So we have Theo van Brabant and Bertrand Denis, both experts in their world of data science, data AI, and Theo on the side of sustainability strategy. And both of them will give us amazing insights on how the two worlds collide in this hackathon perspective.
Yeah, and Bertrand more on the climate science expertise side, I guess, as well. So take it away.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Thank you, guys. Hi, everybody. So yeah, we wanted to have a brief discussion about bridging the gap between the climate science community and the AI community. And so if you could bring in my slide, we'll have a look at those and just have a little discussion about what those might be. So Bertrand, what do you think needs to happen with that gap?
It has to be reduced. The question is how, of course.
Exactly.
Well, one of the first issue, as you can see, is sometimes we speak with different languages to say the same thing. So first, we need to make sure that we are on the same length when we talk about something.
Yeah, exactly. And so I wrote a possible solution is the importance of developing a shared language. And that's something we want to activate throughout this weekend as well with you guys to develop bridges between the different disciplines. Another aspect is qualified personal problem. What do you think is going on there?
Well, the main issue is it's not only for the climate science. The issue is also for other sciences or other domain. They are people, doing AI, they are highly qualified persons, but they are very much in demand, and demand drive the salary up.
Yeah.
And that's an issue.
Yeah, I agree with you. And some of the thing that this brings me to focus on is focusing on what matters, what is important. I think we're entering the age of prioritization. What needs to be done? What is the most strategic thing to be that we should be investing in? And every day I see more and more investment coming up in the field of tackling climate change from multiple different points. Cool. And then, you're talking about AI as a hype and then resistance to change. What do you think is going on there?
Well, maybe there's a hype, for sure. There's a resistance to change within organizations that are used to work in a given manner, without AI. And then, just like, let's say, researchers that have been doing on their own algorithms that didn't use AI at all, and having them to jump in the boat of AI can be difficult. That's just an example.
Okay. Great example. Let's look at the other slide. There's some other interesting point here. Climate science funding is overly dependent on political agenda.
Yeah.
We all know about this, especially with what happened in the U.S. Recently. What are some of the possible ways of addressing this, do you think?
Well, it's to make sure that the politicians in power are well aware of the climate change issues and importance, So everybody can call his MLA to make sure that climate change is important, and then it's going to be up to those that take big decisions.
Mm-hmm.
That's an example.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also adding to this, look for other source of funding. So maybe innovate on that front as well. I think there's a lot of things happening in the DeFi and blockchain communities, and maybe also in the non-for-profit and all the different foundations that are activating in that field. And then one last point, maybe big data, yes, but not the same kind of big data. What do you mean there?
Well, within the climate science, we have a limited amount of data. We don't have, let's say, millions of cats and dogs pictures. No, we have, let's say, just 50 winters to use to do seasonal predictions, let's say. So it's not the same beast. It's different. So when AI people try to work on climate-oriented issues, then they have to rethink the way they see and they use data.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a good point. And also, I'd assume that if we're working with both communities, it's a better develop better models to steward that data and structure it and enable more insight from that, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I think you've also presented some possible solution. I've added a few. Do you want to talk about this?
Yes, an institute like Institut de Valorisation des Données, I had to deal in the past with them, and they are very good to construct bridges between the AI research community and different application domains. Okay, so they have dedicated people just to make sure that those the two worlds understand and they can collaborate on projects. So it's very important. It's like the oil in the gears.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Another one is to make sure that in AI conferences that we have climate sessions, okay, and vice versa. So in climate conferences that we have AI sessions.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I think that's all the time we have, unfortunately. But thanks a lot, Bertrand, for pointing out to those good points. And also, I wanted to lastly mention that back to you, the attendees and participants and mentors and facilitators, how can we build bridges between those two communities? And we'll be there to support you throughout that journey. Thanks a lot.
Actually,
I'm sure I'm sure that during the hackathon, the two communities will touch each other and will come up with some interesting comments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
Can't wait to see that. And I just wanted to check with you, Bertrand. Did you want to be introducing our next honorable speaker, Philippe Gachon? I guess honorable is usually for government officials, but he's still honorable. Anyway, yeah, did you want to speak just before he jumps on? To introduce him?
Yes, Philippe Gachon is a researcher, a professor at the Université du Québec à Montréal. Is chair of he's chairman of a research chair on hydrometeorological risks. He's also director of the ESCARE Center. So it's a center studying the climate at the regional scale. So I think you're gonna introduce his title. The presentation title.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
Perfect. So thank you again to Bertrand and Theo for presenting the best of both worlds. I hope people will accumulate more data on seasons than on cute cats and dogs, like Bertrand's mentioning. But thank you both. I think it's great to have experts like you through this week. And without further ado, let's move towards Philippe Gachon, who will give us a climate science overview up till 4:30, including a Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bertrand, and you guys to invite me. It's really a pleasure for me to be there. I will share my screen first I prepare a presentation.
Yeah, sure. You can share your screen. Perfect. We see it. Make sure to be in presentation mode so we can
see everything. Good. Everybody can see the contents of my first slide. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I will talk about few things related to for sure hydrometeorological risk, but also climate risk under climate change, but also how we need to deal with this, especially to reduce multiple consequences, because there is multiple consequences.
Actually, just Philip, are you able to full screen the slide so that we don't see the window around it?
Oui, pour aller en mode présentation, comme ça on verra pas le PowerPoint. Je crois qu'il y a un petit bouton, c'est ça, en bas à droite.
Okay, sorry.
If not, it's okay. Maybe we just continue.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
Okay. Okay, I put the whole screen, but you see the content, it's okay?
If you have two screens, I think we're still seeing the screen that has the PowerPoint layout, but it's okay. Let's continue. I think we want to avoid the interruptions at this point.
Okay. Yeah, because I have two screens, sorry. Okay, I will introduce first a few concepts. For example, climate versus meteorology. Talk about briefly about the greenhouse gas, and also the fact that we change the content of the greenhouse gas, especially in the recent past. Talk about few things related to risk, climate risk, and the causal factors. Before to go to an overview about the temperature change, especially the WMO, the World Medical Organization, has shared this week the exact level of the warming that we have in 2020, and we will see that there is also more and more increase in the rate of warming, especially over the last 2 decades. We will talk about the anticipated change, risk associated with climate change, but also how to reduce climate risk and their consequence, and brief conclusion. First, climate. Climate, it's come from the Greek word. The term klima means the inclination. They refer to the first explanatory factor of the geography of climate, the solar radiation, and in particular, its inclination impact on the Earth's surface. In other words, the klima comes from the Greek word. A climate is also a signature in a given location of all weather system or weather condition that have affected this place over a typical period of 30 years, because it's suggested by World Medical Organization, a normal period that we refer when we talk about climate. Now, meteorology. It's come from also the ancient Greek, where meteor refer to particle suspended in the atmosphere, and logos mean speech or knowledge, discours in French. In other words, meteorology means a knowledge of the particles suspended in the atmosphere, but mainly also the purpose of the meteorology is to study the atmospheric phenomena, for example, storm or weather condition, and also to understand the physical processes behind the weather event or weather condition. Okay. Now, the greenhouse gas, it's also typical of the climate health system. The fact that we have, for sure, the energy come from the sun, and the greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. It's the fact that we have a certain amount of greenhouse gas, could be CO2, dioxide of carbon dioxide. The water vapor play also a key role in the greenhouse gas also effect, and also other kind of gas, for example, methane. The fact that 2/3 of the energy come from the sun is absorbed by the atmosphere, soil, and the ocean, and the remaining 30% is directly reflected into space by cloud, aerosol, etc., etc. In other words, 2/3 of the energy come from the sun is kept by the atmosphere, but also go to the surface. In turn, the Earth's surface and the surface, the atmosphere and the surface, emit infrared radiation that cloud and greenhouse gas keep or absorb, and also preserve certain amount of energy to keep within the system. In other words, the greenhouse gas allow the Earth to have a temperate climate around 15 degrees C in average on Earth. In other words, as soon as we increase the content of the greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, we are supposed to also increase the energy kept or keep in the system. And it's a fact. For example, we go to the last, with the high score that we have. For example, these high scores come from the high score taken in the Vostok in the Antarctic region. We can see here the reconstruction of the CO2 in the last 400,000 years. And we can see clearly that for the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, there is a certain period in which we have a minimum of CO2 contained in the atmosphere with a certain amount of higher concentration during mainly warm phase. High concentration of CO2 represent the period in which we have hot condition, and low concentration of CO2 represent the period in which we have glaciation or cold period. And during that period, long period, we have never seen the CO2 concentration above 300 ppmv partie par million en volume. In other words, and also we can also go further in the past, since the beginning of the industrial period, the CO2 during cold period was around 180 ppm and no more than 300, such as I have suggested, during interglacial or hot period. And in the recent past, since mainly the mid-19th century, we have seen the concentration of CO2 come from the atmospheric activity, anthropogenic activity, mainly also the use of the carbon dioxide that we have in the fossil fuel. There is a strong increase in the CO2, especially after the Second War. We can see clearly come from the Mauna Loa station, in which we have also a long time series of CO2 concentration that we take from the observed station. We can see clearly that there is a strong increase, close to an exponential increase, from around below 320 ppm in the 60s to more than 400, especially the last recent observation by the end of December suggest that we have 410 ppm in the atmosphere. Clearly, higher level that we have never seen in the last 800,000 years. Mainly, we have never seen this concentration of CO2, maybe 4 million, 10 millions before now, in which we have, during that period, warmer conditions compared to current condition. And rapidly also the red line, we can see the red line here, it's a seasonal variation of the CO2, normally lower in summer and higher in winter because the vegetation activity, photosynthesis activity, during the summer we have also photosynthesis activity in which the plant take a part of the carbon for photosynthesis. It's the reason why we have lower concentration compared to winter, in which we do not have any photosynthesis activity. And the black line represents the average annual concentration. Now, we talk about meteorology, climatology, CO2, and also the effect that we have during the recent past related to anthropogenic activity. Now, few things related to risk. A risk occurs because we have, for sure, an hazard, an extreme event, an event in which we have maybe a high impact, but also an hazard, also to create a risk, it's not only because we have an hazard. We need also to have a context of vulnerability, could be social, environmental vulnerability, and also exposure. We need to have people, infrastructure to be exposed to have also for sure a risk. In other words, the risk occur come from the combination of the hazards, vulnerability, and the exposure. To limit or to reduce the hazard, for example, we can use ecosystem-based measures to reduce, for example, coastal flooding. Could be also mangrove to alleviate also coastal storm energy. Could be also water reservoir to buffer low flows and also water scarcity. Different kind of measure that we can also develop to reduce the occurrence and maybe the severity of an hazard. In terms of vulnerability, we can also take some action to reduce vulnerability. For example, social protection. The pandemic, we can see clearly that the health system also, it's a manner also to protect health, especially for vulnerable people, old people, and social protection is one of the manner also to reduce the vulnerability. Livelihood, diversification, insurance solution, etc. In terms of exposure, we can also, for example, develop some coastal retreat or resettlement to also protect or to reduce the exposure close to the coastal area.
Philippe, est-ce que tu m'entends? Do you hear me?
Oui.
Yeah, we have comments that we're still on slide 2. So if you can make sure that the slides you're describing, that we're seeing the same thing on the screen.
Oh, it's not my... You're on the slide 2, and in my case, I am on the slide 7.
Yeah. So we didn't see the visual between slide 2 and 7. But it's okay, carry on. Just make sure to switch the slide on the live feed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about this.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. I am on the slide number 8. You can see the slide number 8.
Yes, we see.
Okay, good. Now we talk about the CO2 and also risk. Right now we go to rapidly to temperature change, especially for the moment. I will talk about the historical change. This curve comes from the last curve released by the WMO, World Medical Organization, last week. Clearly, since mid of the 19th century till 2020, there is a clear, it's an annual mean temperature over the globe. In other words, at global scale, we can see from different curves, come from different data sets. We can see clearly that especially since 70s, since the period in which we have a strong increase in terms of CO2 concentration, there is a clear warming, especially not only a clear warming, but a rapid warming. Year to year, decades by decades, we will be warmer compared to previous decades. And the 2020, it's close to the warmest year that we have in 2016. In other words, there is a warming of 1.2 degrees C since compared to the pre-industrial condition. In other words, the CO2 concentration, the strong increase, has also clearly been linked with the warming that we have, especially in the last 5-6 decades. And the last decades were the warmest on record, warmer to previous decades, etc. The consequence of this, we'll see across the globe also an increase in terms of climate-related disaster, especially flood and storm, big storm, are the two main also natural hazard who has been also really rapidly increased at global scale. This comes from also the Global Assessment Report published by United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction in 2019. For Canada, this means, especially we have some records, especially in the north, just after the end of the Second War, Canada has warmed 2 times for whole Canada, 2 times the rate of the warming that we have at global scale, and 3 times in the north. In other words, the Nordic region, the Arctic region, there is an amplification of the warming, and it's especially affected, especially Canada, because we are close to the Arctic, subarctic area. Now, temperature change in the 90s, key indicator of the temperature trends. For example, we talk about the air temperature increase. There is also an increase. As soon as we increase the temperature, we also increase the possibility for the atmosphere to keep more humidity in the atmosphere. In other words, there is also an increase in the water vapor in the atmosphere. Temperature over the ocean has also increased, not only over land. Sea level has also increased. Sea level, there is 2 kinds of effect to modify the sea level. The fact that the water volume is directly related to the temperature of the water. As soon as you increase the water temperature, you increase the volume of the water. In other words, there is a sea level. Plus also the fact that also there is a decrease in terms of glacier and ice sheets, who puts certain water in the frozen condition to go to liquid condition and to go to increase the amount of water to go to the oceanic area. This also contributes to the increase of the sea level. Ocean heat content has also increased. There is a strong increase, especially in the Arctic region, for the sea ice, and also the temperature of our land has also strongly increased, including also for the snow cover. There is a decrease, especially the land of the snow cover has also decreased, especially for the northern hemisphere. Now, for the change in the future, we need to, for sure, to develop some scenario of greenhouse gas. It's the reason why we develop different kind of scenario for CO2, methane, and also oxide nitrous. And we use this kind of scenario to put this in the model to see what could be during the future with the increase in terms of CO2 or different greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, what could be the effect related to the warming of the climate, but also more generally within the climate system. We take different kind of scenario, RCP 2.6, because this RCP has been used, for example, to develop the Paris Agreement. In other words, normally for the Paris Agreement, we are supposed to reduce our emission, especially for the CO2, but also for the methane, for example. The business as usual scenario, RCP 8.5, means we do not do nothing. We do not take action, and the CO2 will increase because we use more and more fossil fuel to develop the growth of the economy. Now, this we talk about this emission scenario to develop also the concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, and we can see clearly there is also an increase for different related to different RCP representative concentration pathway that we use to produce different kind of modification using a global climate model that I will introduce briefly just after. Keep this kind of scenario, RCP 2.6, RCP 8.5, the extreme, the first one, RCP 2.6, we take action. We reduce the use of fossil fuel. We take action and reduce the CO2 emission. and RCP 8.5 will not do nothing, and this will strongly increase the CO2 concentration and the other gas in the atmosphere. Now, if we take these two scenarios, for example, at global scale, by the end of the 21st century, the warming for RCP 2.5, 2.6 will be able, with this kind of scenario, to keep the warming below 2 degrees C. Okay, that's the reason why this has been used also for the Paris Agreement. Now, for the RCP 8.5, we'll see a strong increase in terms of warming rate. And by the end of the 21st century, we will have a warming of around between 3.2 and 3.7 degrees C. Okay, that we have never seen since 4 million or 10 million years compared to present. Okay, we have never seen this rate of CO2, such as I have mentioned before. In other words, we'll go to a warming world that we have never seen during the presence of the human condition, anthropogenic era. Now, rapidly, compared to in terms of distribution of the warming, a strong increase, especially in the north, related to the decrease of sea ice, amplification of warming in the north, especially more amplification in the RCP 8.5 compared to RCP 2.6, in which normally, as I have suggested, we are supposed to keep the warming below 2 degrees C. Now, we also use other kind of model. This model is a global model that we use to develop some simulation at global scale, but we need also to develop high resolution model to consider all the feedback that we need to incorporate in the model, for example, related to mountain area, valley, because we know that local condition, regional condition also has an effect on the local climate. So the reason why we also develop a regional model to improve, to develop high resolution information to be applied at local or regional scale. Now, an example of this original model is a combination of 9 different regional models that we use to produce, for example, a map of warming condition using RCP 8.5, again, by the end of 21st century at a global scale. Again, we talk about 3.2, between 3.2 and 3.7 degrees C of warming by the end of 21st century. And again, in the future, for Canada, but also for Quebec, we talk about a rate of warming between 5 and 10 degrees C, especially 10 degrees C higher warming in the north, related to decrease of sea ice, snow, etc., etc. Now, for example, I give you an example of for Montreal by the end of 21st century, but also by mid 21st century, we will have a rate of warming around 2 degrees and 2.3 degrees compared to global scale, in which we have normally around 1.3, 1.5 higher rate of warming for Montreal compared to global scale. Now, this warming will for sure affect the precipitation. The fact that there is more humidity in the atmosphere could also be transferred to higher rate of precipitation. And we will see this higher rate of precipitation, for example, by mid-21st century, with a rate of warming around 3.6 degrees C. There is around less than 20% of the precipitation will increase with, it could be an issue, an increase in terms of the intensity. Okay, and this could strongly affect potentially occurrence of, for sure, flood, but also especially fast flood that we have recently in Quebec, It was during Christmas for Quebec, but it was also at the beginning of December for Gaspésian Peninsula, in which we have a rain on snow, and this has induced a fast flood with strong damage. Now, to have an overview about different kind of risk associated with climate change, I take a picture, a table from the IPCC, the last assessment report. This increase in terms of the warming will strongly increase the potential occurrence of forest fire, a combination of increase in terms of drought, but also higher temperature, extreme heat resulting also in higher mortality. It was the case in the recent past. 2020 was also a year in which we have a huge amount of extreme condition, hot condition across the globe. It was in Siberia, it was also in Quebec. You remember also the California forest fire that we have also last fall. In other words, this kind of event will also increase in terms of not only intensity, but also in terms of extent. Now, also the flood for both urban and also coastal area will also increase with a strong risk for health, but also infrastructure. You can see also this diagram is really interesting, but because IPCC has also put forward the fact that over certain amount of threshold, especially I give you an example here for flood, above 2 degrees C of warming, for example, 4 degrees C using the RCP 8.5, we'll see a higher increase in terms of risk, especially for flood, where small piece of reduction come from the adaptation. In other words, as soon as we go to a certain threshold of warming, not only the risk will increase, but we will have certain amount of difficulty to reduce the risk with only the adaptation. To finalize this, I have 2 slides to show right now. You can see this slide at the same, talk about the slide number 18. It's okay. The risk associated with climate change will strongly affect the hydrological cycle and the risk of flood and drought. For example, the warming will induce an increase in terms of the intensity of precipitation, an increase in terms of the evaporation for both plant but also soil condition, an increase also, a modification of the oceanic surface but also depth condition. Not only the oceanic surface will be affected, certain amount of also condition in the within the water column of the oceanic area will be also affected. The ocean circulation will be affected. Surface water runoff and also water circulation in the soil will be strongly affected with an increase, especially in the north. The fact that there is we thaw the ice in the soil, in the permafrost area, will also increase the fact that we release a certain amount of water within the soil. The cryosphere, all the waters, solid water in the earth will be particularly affected for sea ice, but also continental ice, snow, cover, permafrost. The intensity of low pressure system will also that bring heavy rain, snow, and strong wind will also normally increase with the warming condition. Frost and soil cycle will be also affected with an increase and rain on snow event, such as we have recently in Quebec. Now, for sure, however, there will be substantial differences in chain from one place to another, potential flooding in place and regional drought elsewhere. Okay, there is an increase in terms of persistence of certain events, too much rainfall, too much precipitation, and certain period, not enough precipitation or will induce certain regional drought. Now, what could be the possibility for us to reduce climate risk, but also their consequence? We need for sure to reduce the exposure. Sorry, because the slide is in French. We need to reduce the exposure, such as I mentioned before. The risk is a combination of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. We need also to reduce vulnerability. We need to be better prepared to improve the intervention aspect, but also to build back better. We need to transform the manner that we construct, that we have dealt with certain climate conditions in the past, because the future, the climate will be completely different. We need also for sure to improve, to increase the resilience with regards or with respect to new risk. There is new risk that we have never seen in the past. Now, in terms of conclusion, I am in the slide 20. It's okay for everybody. First, human activity has led to a change in the composition of the atmosphere. It's really an important conclusion that also IPCC has put forward in the last assessment report. It is also very likely that human activity are responsible for more than half of the increase in temperature since 50s. Now, in the future, the change in temperature by the end of the 21st century is likely to exceed 1.5 or could exceed 2 degrees C, especially if Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas is not followed by action. It's clear, IPCC, I put this key message, but also World Medical Organization, and also we need to take action and also to follow the Paris Agreement to reduce as soon as possible the greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere. Warming also will continue beyond the end of the 21st century, with also high internal and decadal viability, and the warming will be not uniform, with strong regional viability. Certain area, the case for northern area of Canada, but also in general, Canada will be warmer compared to the rate of warming that we will have at global scale. Canada and Quebec, especially warming higher in the north, but also higher in winter compared to summer, and higher in the north compared to the south, such as put forward related to the warming amplification in the Arctic region. Now, next, the end of my talk, the recurrence of the extreme precipitation anomaly, excess or deficit resulting in flood or drought will increase in the context of global warming, higher risk, and it's clear, more and more clear, especially related to recent events that we have experienced across the world. There is also an occurrence of tipping point. The past is no longer a guarantee for the future, because the rate of the warming that we will have has never been experienced during the presence of human. Beyond a certain warming threshold, the impact will be important, major, on the intensity type of precipitation, occurrence of rain and snow, winter snowing that we have recently, especially unusual type of winter that we have currently in North America, in Canada, and also fast thawing period was induced. For example, flood in 2017, but also 2019 in Quebec, but also a strong increase in terms of freezing thaw condition. Moving from diagnostic to action, we need to make an also systematic lesson learned. For example, taking the experience that we have related to occurrence of disaster to identify priority to improve our capacity to deal with the risk on the event, and also to take action to improve and also build back better. for example. There is also multiple issue. We need inter-sectorial research and approach, including, for example, with artificial intelligence, to increase, for example, the research collaboration between climate scientists and IE specialists, really also linked with the discussion that Bertrand and also his colleagues has just before myself, but also to increase, for example, the capacity to combine different kind of typical data, but non-typical data come from, for example, artificial intelligence and big data system to improve the vigilance related to high impact weather event. And that's it.
And that's it. Perfect. Thank you so much, Philippe Gachon, on this amazing, insightful talk. I think we've learned a lot. And unfortunately, we weren't able to follow the slides flow visually on the screen at the same pace you were explaining. But rest assured, everybody will be able to see the presentation if we loop them into the Miro tool. So if you guys have an opportunity to refer to that, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll also see if we can do a bit of editing to put the slides in at the right time for those instances. So thank you so much, Philippe, for that. Really appreciate your time, and it was awesome.
Yeah, and because we went over time, we'll have to cut the Q&A session to move to the panel that is coming up next. But Philippe, thank you so much. Hopefully we can realign and make sure that if there's any questions, that there's some reference points we can get through you.
Yeah, and if anyone did have questions, definitely ask them. If you're participating, ask them in the Slack. We'll definitely try to get those answers for you, no matter who it is that we can get to answer them. All right. So
Merci, Philippe.
Merci à vous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
let's go to our climate activist panel. Are they ready? All right, Katya. Sorry that we're starting late, but we're really excited to get started. So we'll let you take it away. Do you want to do introductions? Maybe Katya, you can start.
Yeah, for sure. I'll introduce us. And you guys will be managing the questions. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, perfect. So welcome, everyone. This is a roundtable discussion on community building, and I'm here today with a few of the leaders of the climate marches that took place in Montreal. For example, the big march that was with 500,000 people on January 27th, which probably, if you were in Montreal, you remember. And for those who aren't part of the hackathon, then this is a talk as a part of the hackathon to use AI to solve the climate crisis. So we're going to be taking a bit of a techie turn on our talks today. So I'd like to start just with the land acknowledgement. So I'm in Montreal. So the location of our gathering is situated on traditional territory of the Kenyan Kahaka, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst nations. And I recognize and respect these First Nation as the traditional custodian of the land and water on which we meet today. So if you're somewhere else in America, I encourage you to look at which community's land you're presently on. With that, let's begin because we're a bit late on schedule. So I'm Katya Forbes. Some of you might have been expecting Sheer to host this panel. She's my co-director. Unfortunately, she's sick, so she's okay, but not well enough to host the panel. So I'm going to be taking over for today. So I'm co-director of Sustainable Youth Canada, which is an organization that works with youth to basically do projects in communities, generally in high schools and in elementary schools, to show kids that they can actually have tangible change in their community. Otherwise, I'm also a biology student, master at McGill University, and I'm working on a reforestation project in Panama that's led by two indigenous Embera communities, so it's in the east of Panama. And that reforestation project is going to also serve as a means to offset carbon emissions for students and teachers at McGill University. So today I'm accompanied by 3 amazing women activists that are going to be here to have a little discussion on community building. So I'm going to let them present themselves. You can present yourself maybe in 2 minutes, just your background and what you've done. So maybe Ashley, if you want to start.
Sure. Hi, how are you? Hope everybody's doing well. So my name is Ashley Torres. I am a climate justice student activist in Quebec. I was the co-spokesperson of the collective Livestream back in 2019 and 2020, which were the main organizers of the climate marches that went on during those years. I'm also a political science student at Concordia University. And yeah, I've been a core member of the student movement in Quebec since we started really organizing heavily in 2019, at the very beginning of 2019. I'm very interested not only in the movement, in the environmental movement, but also how the intersectional aspect of it and how it really is connected with the anti-racism movement and land back movement. So yes, that's me.
Great,
Sure.
thank you. Yeah, Emma, you can go
My
ahead.
name is Emma, and I'm a member of Climate Strike Canada, a kind of overarching body that organizes climate strikes across Canada. I got involved in activism through Indigenous sovereignty and anti-pipeline struggle in my community. And through that, that background led me to start striking from school for the environment. And last September launched a pledge not to have children until the government takes, serious climate action. Peyton?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. My name is Peyton. I'm a student at Concordia University taking political science, First People Studies, and sustainability. And I'm also along with Ashley, a co-founder of the movement La Sève. Lots of us are co-founders. So I got involved with them in 2019, leading up to the big strike that we had in March of that year. And then as well, the one that we had in September, which was I think it was the largest protest that's ever happened in Canadian history. So that's really exciting. So with that, I'm also involved with Climate Strike Canada. So I was sort of the Quebec liaison for a year or so. And yeah, worked with Emma on building connections with students across Canada and seeing how we can work together on our mutual problems to make change on the government. Additionally, I'm the mobilization coordinator for the Arts and Science Federation of Associations at Concordia. Thank you for having us.
Cool, thank you. So let's jump into the questions. The way it's going to be structured is we have a few prepared questions that we're going to go through, and then we have a bit more open discussion questions. And in that, if people that are listening have questions, don't hesitate to jump in. And also, the organizers can interrupt us maybe if they think relevant with questions throughout. So going on with our first question, how do we build more resilient communities in the context of the climate crisis? Or how do we build more resilient communities now we're faced with a new crisis, the COVID crisis? And in that regards, how do we help the most vulnerable in our communities? And Peyton, I'm going to ask you to answer this. Maybe who are the most vulnerable people also to these crises?
Yeah. Sorry, I had some notes, but my computer froze, so I guess I don't get to use them. There we go. Okay, so specifically within the context of COVID, because there has been so much that has changed simply just in the past month, in the past few months, in the past year especially, that have really brought to light a lot of challenges that are going to be present when we do have stronger impacts from the climate crisis happening. And it's allowing us to see what those impacts are going to be. And it's giving us an opportunity to take action on them before it's too late. And really putting it forward that these are problems. So the issues that we're seeing in COVID that are going to translate to the climate crisis, for example, food insecurity, lack of job opportunities, lack of government support or financial support from the government for people who are struggling, things like this, a lack of healthcare and a poor access to healthcare. All of these are going to, again, be issues when we do hit the climate crisis. And so COVID is giving us an opportunity to see those things. In organizing, we call it sort of like a stress test. So if you're going to have a stress test before planning a big event, it's an opportunity to see the holes in your plan, how many people really do care or who are going to help. And it gives you just sort of like a practice run. So I think it's really important that we start to see COVID as sort of this practice run as community organizers for what the climate crisis is going to look like, because we do see a lot of these similarities. So it's seeing the holes through which people, both ourselves and our neighbors, are falling through. And then it's going to give us, and it gives us opportunity to see in which ways governmental change, so policy change, or community change through mutual aid programs or community-led mutual aid systems, which ones are needed and how we can grow them over the next few years. So some examples of some things that have come out of COVID that are mutual aid centered are, for example, community fridges. Lots of cities have been, people in lots of cities, it's not the city itself, but people within the city are putting old fridges in front of their businesses, and they're stocking those fridges consistently so that people in their community know that they can just go to that fridge and that there will be fresh food for them. So that's one example of the way that you as an individual or anybody as an individual can start to make change for their communities. Another example of mutual aid that's come out of this is there's a gentleman in Toronto who just started building tiny houses for homeless people, and just started, like, he just saw a problem. He's a contractor, and he said, you know what, it's not that expensive for me to fix this problem. And so he did do that. In both of these instances, I want to point out the city did do backlash against them, so they weren't supposed to be doing that. So it is like when we say that we're activists, even in these mutual aid situations, sometimes you do have to go against the law. Sometimes the laws don't make sense, and you do have to go against them in order to help people. And the laws and through which they are set up are allowing people to slip through the cracks and allowing people to die. And that's something that COVID is really showing us. As we head into the climate crisis, I want everyone, we all understand that we're all going to be vulnerable to the climate crisis, especially young people, because of our leaders' failures to act. They've really solidified the fact that we're not going to have the lives that we were promised on TV or in our schools. We're going to have really different lives, and we're actually going to be the first generation since the Second World War who won't have a better life than their parents, who won't have more things available to them than their parents. So even though we will all be made vulnerable by the climate crisis, and we all have been made vulnerable by COVID, we also need to recognize that vulnerability isn't equal, and pre-existing vulnerabilities are becoming exacerbated because of these crises. So the same communities who are most impacted by COVID are going to be the most impacted by the climate crisis. And there are those who are already being the most impacted by existing environmental externalities associated with industries like extraction and manufacturing. In Canada, these are Indigenous communities, Black communities, poor rural communities, and other communities of color. One example that I want to highlight is the Anishinaabe First Nation who lives in Ontario. They live directly adjacent to Chemical Valley. And in Chemical Valley, Chemical Valley is home to 40% of Canada's chemical industry, and they're constantly having chemical spills. And this community of 850 some odd people is constantly inhaling pollutants, and they're constantly drinking pollutants in their water. And so they're doing this on top of COVID, right? Like, this was a pre-existing thing that they're dealing with this. This isn't the climate crisis as it's being, an impending doom that's coming to us. This is something that they've been experiencing for decades, and they're still experiencing. So for example, with the chemical spills, for example, 39% of women in that community who have been pregnant have suffered a miscarriage or a stillbirth. And that has been linked to hormone blocking pollutants that do exist in all of our air, but because they're so close to the chemical factory, it's really impacting this community. But these are pollutants that do impact all of us in smaller scales. And there it's creating stillbirths. They also have a 2-to-1 female-male birth ratio, which is a phenomenon that's only ever seen in animals in highly polluted areas and not often recorded in humans. So they're doing this on top of COVID, on top of not having clean water, and on top of dealing with the intergenerational consequences of colonial policies like the Indian Act. So I just wanted to highlight specifically, rather than talking about just vaguely talking about every single community that's being impacted, to really talk about how, like, this is what this community is going through without a climate crisis and like before COVID, and they're dealing with everything else on top of that. And so this sort of this is present for like many different communities, particularly Black communities. For example, in Africville in Nova Scotia, there's Black communities who don't have clean drinking water in their rural areas, and a lack of healthcare infrastructure in those areas as well, especially on reserves, especially in rural and POC-heavy areas. And so it's really, yeah, it's really important that we keep that in mind in the way that we engage with the climate crisis. And tons of work is being done by the people in these communities to advocate for themselves. So it's not necessarily a question of what can we as, people in a city, or we as white people do. It's more so like what is needed and how can we help what's already being needed, rather than taking on ourselves fixing problems that we don't understand, right? So these communities are saying what they need, and we just need to listen. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really nice. I really I think it's very important to be conscious of the intersection of issue. Like, climate change is definitely an issue, but it's not affecting everyone the same way. And also, I think the fact that the climate crisis is already happening more strongly on certain people, on certain groups than other, and there's already a lot happening on the ground. I also find the idea of a stress test is a really nice way to see the COVID crisis. But there's already a lot being done, and now we're under this stress test, and maybe that leads me to my next question, which is that I'll direct to Ashley, which is what is being done on the ground to help people fight the climate crisis in Quebec? And maybe if you could tell us a story of your experience.
Yeah. Before I like jump in of like what is actually happening, I wanted to give a little bit of context of what has been happening in Quebec and why Quebec has been a special place around the world, and why it wasn't a coincidence that Greta Thunberg came on the 27th of September. She knew we were going to be one of the biggest marches in America alone. Quebec has been known in the activist world as a very mobilized place, and I'm going to explain a little bit of why is that, why is Quebec has been somehow successful in their mobilization. And so if you take a look at Quebec, one of the things that are really big here are our student movement and our union labor movement. And this has been something that historically, all of these in the 60s, a lot of places around the world really experienced this change. Here in Quebec, it was La Révolution Tranquille, but around the world really experienced this change of like people organizing. In Quebec, we had student movements sort of taking a place of organizing by striking and demanding change in different angles and in different like sectors, especially when it came to tuition. And so when in Quebec we say that we strike, it's very different from what it means in the rest of the world. When the rest of the world says we strike, well, they're usually a walking out of classes. But when in Quebec we say we strike, we're actually formally striking in a democratic way, in where we have our student unions who represent us, usually universities for people who are in Quebec, they know these like universities are usually divided by departments, and these departments have different student unions. So for example, I'm a political science student and at Concordia, and I have a student union who directly represents my interests in the public space, either in government or even in just like small things in our community, right? And so these student unions usually have general assemblies, and we as students want them to represent us properly. We want them to allocate resources that we are giving, because usually we have student dues, like student fees, like linked to the union, and that's how they get funded. And so in Quebec, historically, if you look at what happened in 2012 on Les Carrés Rouges, so they wanted to hike our student tuition, and Quebec students really took upon themselves to really mobilize and go and push against this hiking fees, and were partially successful in doing that. But how they do that, they striked, and not only strike for like a day like we have been doing in the climate movement, they strike for a long period, around 6 months, and froze really the economy, and the government didn't have a choice but to sit down with us and really have us talk with us and listen to our demands. And this has been happening, if you look at the student movement in Quebec, has been happening every sort of decade or so. You see a small hike on that student movement, and these places are already organized, so it's really easy to mobilize people. And so in Quebec, what happened in 2019 is that we had a group of students at the Université de Montréal, and they were very much familiar with they saw we were kids when 2012 happened, and they saw what it did in Quebec, and they were like, looking at our government Legault, who didn't have an environmental plan. He didn't have anything in mind for the environment, and we were very nervous around that, and decided to call in a press conference and really say, hey, we're going to strike. This was like 10, 12 students sort of calling on a strike and calling the rest of the student movement to mobilize with them. And it sort of spiked, and we responded to the call. Me and Peyton were involved in the first march in March 15, and we really decided to, we're going to mobilize. We are in an English school, so we weren't able to formally strike. We have a history in English schools that it's much more difficult to strike. But we did sort of organize as much as we could in our campuses, and then we were able to really create March 15, which was one of the biggest student strikes around the country for that single date. And it was an international date of climate strike that was linked to like Fridays for Future and the Greta Thunberg sort of movement. And we were in just Montreal alone, we were 150,000 people in the streets of Montreal. And it was record breaking. It was really impressive for the amount of time that we mobilized, but it was because people were craving that. And in Quebec already had a movement of like environmental movement in place. If you look back at 2017, we blocked Energy S, one of the biggest projects in Canada. TransCanada was trying to build a pipeline around Quebec, and various sectors around the province came together, mobilized for multiple years, and were able to block the project. So again, like, it's just to give you an idea how like Quebec is special in that way. And like the 27th of September, when we had 500,000 people in the streets of Montreal, wasn't just like, it didn't just happen out of the blue. It's been a work for like more than a decade of like people working small by small, and the last 2 years really culminated it. So what's going on right now in Quebec, before COVID, I'm going to talk about a bit what it was. There was a huge momentum in Quebec. We could feel it after the 27th of September, and having 500,000 people in Quebec and over 600,000 around the province, and record breaking. A lot of people think of Montreal that it was record breaking, but really around the province, you had records in Chicoutimi, Sherbrooke, Quebec City, that people were craving. They really wanted this change to happen, and they were seeing that their government wasn't doing anything in place. And they decided that one of the ways that they could act upon it was to march with us. But again, like, reminding ourselves, because we have this I think mainstream media had a way in like creating how activism and how organizing works. They think that organizing a demonstration or a protest is basically us just doing like cardboard and like, you know, calling on a strike and people are just showing up. No, we mobilize, we go and speak in places. And usually we go to places that are already organized. So in universities, we are already organized body of our society. So going to universities, speaking in panels like this, or just going in their general assemblies and talking about the movement and really talking about the crisis, we were able to mobilize 500,000 people. And also we invited different sectors to mobilize. So, you know, 15th of March was students mainly, and we were 150,000 students in Montreal. But in the 27th of March, we were working with not only the student unions, but like the labor movement. We were talking to like all these different sectors of our society that are already organized and are already mobilizing for different things. And we all came together and created this huge coalition, a huge table, and really organized the 27th of September. And that's how we got, you know, 500,000 people in the streets in Quebec. And that's really important for people to be aware. And so after that march, there was a sort of culmination, and there was a lot of sort of momentum building. We in Quebec, we were we were planning a strike for a week of strike in multiple places around the province, and this was all going to take place in April. And now April 2020 was coming soon, and COVID happened, and it hit us in a very bitter way for the movement, because now we had a crisis that is a drop of what the climate crisis would look like, but it was bad, and we haven't been in this position throughout history. So it was very unknown grounds. And so for us, the movement, who was really spiking up and really building into a momentum, really having all these actions planned for the beginning of April, it sort of hit us in a really difficult way. A lot of us, for example, I myself, I like giving up a lot of stuff. You know, I have been, I was a full-time student in university, and when I started getting involved with the movement, I started part-time, 1-2 classes, not more, and really like focusing on activism as my whole job. And this is because I had the privilege to really do so, and took away some luxuries that I usually have, and I was able to do that. But not everybody's able to. And we need to recognize that. But yeah, so we sort of have this point in pre-COVID that we're sort of building a momentum, and when COVID hits, it's a bit more difficult. What's happening on the ground in the Quebec also like context, during the summer, there was the Black Lives Matter movement that happened. And so that sort of, in the student movement, we were very much aware of the intersectional, like what Peyton was mentioning about the vulnerabilities of different communities. But I think in other sectors, and many, even the student movement, there's parts that still are not familiar with this intersectionality approach. They're not familiar of like who's really vulnerable. They still say we're all in the same boat here. And that's false, right? That's a false statement to say that, you know, we are in different boats. Some are in yachts and some are in like this small boat that's already cracked, and you know, the water is coming in already. And that's how we have to look at the climate crisis. And so now during COVID, after the Black Lives Matter movement, after Joyce, Innu woman who passed away in a hospital because of blatant racism that we could see in tapes, Quebec sort of started waking up, and we started having this conversation about systemic racism in a way that we haven't before. And amazing groups of activists, of people of color, Black activists, Indigenous activists, really were able to sort of have a conversation with many people in many parts of the environmental movement that are still very much whitewashed the movement and don't understand these intersectionalities. So I think we, in the past, during COVID, we have, there's been a sort of change in narratives. Groups that usually will say these things that for me are always horrible and give me chills about we are all in the same boat, are not changing the narrative and really talking about issues like systemic racism and really being more conscious. And what is happening on the ground right now, in Quebec particular, we have a big project. We have one of the biggest project of gas that's being proposed is the GNL Quebec project. It's a pipeline that goes for about Alberta all the way to Quebec, and they want to build a new pipeline and really have this natural gas be liquefied in Saguenay and then shipped to international waters, and they're greenwashing it full on extent. And right now there's a big sort of like, in the past 2 years, there's been a big resistance to this project. We call it the Energy 2.0, and that's what has been mainly focused on in the ground right now in Quebec, but also like building all these solidarities has been like a thing that people have been working on the ground, but at a smaller scale, because the COVID really hit us in a way that you can't just organize things in person. So there's a difficulty of just organizing online, because there's the people connection comes with community building. I mean, and not having that connection in person is really, it makes it really hard for us to do more things in concrete matters, if you want to say it. But it has been a really interesting thing, and we see that people are building much more links. And so that's like sort of the first question. The second question, I think that one of the things that I remember, we were working so hard for the 27th of September. One of the things that I was very, very proud of is before the 27th of September, we also organized a summit. A few key organizers organized a summit with other NGOs of having 15 Indigenous youth and 15 non-Indigenous youth come together, and it was this sort of like become a leader of the environmental movement. And there were these workshops, and they were trying to create links with these people and really have this joint fight of like non-Indigenous people and Indigenous people in Quebec. And there were, if you guys saw the images of the Montreal March, there were the people in the front banner with the beautiful banner, and they were all the ones who were standing there, and they were walking with Greta Thunberg on the streets of Montreal, and there was a contingency of Indigenous people who were like sort of protecting them and there to support them. And we were organizing, we're really proud. We organized that with Indigenous activists in the community, and we were really, really proud of that moment during the march. I was very busy. It was chaos that day for me, but the next day, we were reading the papers. I think it wasn't even the next day. I think it was really like early in the morning. I don't think we slept. And we see that there was a lot of racism from even our people, and a lot of people, when Indigenous activists were calling for land back, people were screaming like, "What do you mean?" And like they didn't understand the whole intersectional aspect. And people who were in the beginning were people sometimes that I knew, or kids that I knew from the movement, and they pushed, and they were rude, and there was racist comments towards them, and a lot of Indigenous activists didn't have that much of a great time. They didn't feel as safe. Not all of them, but part of them. And so it was really bittersweet the next day, because we had to kind of like, me and my boyfriend who were really part of this organization, we felt bad. We were just like, oh my God, we didn't give them a safe space for them, that we messed it up. And it was really hard to swallow that pill and to see that, oh, like, we're not there yet. People still don't understand these issues that for us are something so normal. Like, I got involved in environmental movement in a very specific way of like racism. Yeah, environmental racism exists, is alive and well, and that was my understanding of the climate movement. I knew it wasn't everyone, but I felt like people who were coming to this march, most of them knew, but no, there was a lack of understanding, and people didn't even understand the fact, why did we put Indigenous people in the very beginning of that march? We didn't put them there, but like we invited them there. It's because they have been the land protectors, the water protectors in Canada for forever, and they are the ones who are in the frontliners. And so not seeing that people didn't understand that, and there was still like this lack of understanding that you cannot demand Indigenous people to speak French, because that's not what you do, because that's colonialism. And that seeing that and looking that was really sad for us, but it was like this bittersweet pill that we took and make us learn and made us really grow as activists, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely think we, as a society, have had a lot of moments to reflect on the intersection of environment and racism in our society. And I don't know what will come out of this, but maybe the fact that COVID and we had time to think and talk, I hope that will be somewhere where the movement as a whole kind of directs itself from now on, when we can actually, get back to the streets. And I hope that's kind of a lesson that we've learned, but I think it's going to be still an ongoing battle. And yeah, I guess COVID in a way definitely hampers the ability to strike and to do as big movements. We've had to kind of turn to different avenues, explore Zoom or streaming platforms, which definitely in terms of community building is harder because you can't, it's not the same. And I think we've all understand probably from being on enough meetings, Zoom meetings online, that it's not the same as actually being with people. But I think technology in this has proved to be super useful and very helped in many ways to be able to do stuff, but it also has its backdraws. So Emma, I'm going to ask you, in the context of COVID-19 specifically, how has tech helped or hindered challenges for environmental activist work?
Of course. So technology plays a really important role in the context of environmental activism. First and foremost, I think we can all say that technology ties into every aspect of modern life. So just on a very surface level, machine learning and artificial intelligence can play a crucial role in adapting to climate crises. AI can help people to create more resilient crops and ecosystems, to track disease vectors and pestilence vectors, to track storm systems, and to design more energy efficient cities and businesses, and also to design mitigation plans for people affected, and so much more. I'm sure everybody knows like how powerful AI is in terms of a tool to combat climate change. So I've just compiled like 2 examples of this. And the first one is very near and dear to me because this is work that a close friend of mine does. So data from sensors in fields or in crops monitor crop moisture, soil composition, and temperature. And that helps AI improve production and to know when crops need to be watered. And also sensors in plants can monitor the response of the plants to diseases and whatnot. And so incorporating this information can help increasingly automatic artificial intelligence systems know the best times to plant, spray, and harvest crops, and when intervention is needed against diseases and other problems. And so just on a surface level like that, AI can be used to help adapt to the very real issues climate change will present with regards to food scarcity. And also, here's an example that I thought was really interesting. The Ocean Data Alliance is working with machine learning to provide data from satellites and ocean exploration so that decision makers can monitor shipping, ocean mining, fishing, coral bleaching, or the outbreak of marine disease. And with almost real-time data, decision makers and authority are able to respond to problems more quickly. And I mean, the impact climate change has on oceans and on ecosystems really cannot be understated. I think it's like 1 in every 8 animals in 1 in every 8 species in the animal kingdom is at risk of extinction, and food scarcity and water scarcity are going to be some of the biggest things that will affect humanity as a whole. But those are very surface level solutions because activism is often a fight against the government as much as it is a fight to protect and to innovate. So climate activism is a really interesting region of activism because half of climate activism is working in tangent with the government on every level to develop greener initiatives, then the other half is directly opposing the government, those same institutions that we sometimes work with. Because climate activism is really based in public perception. No activist would plan a campaign, a direct action, for example, blockading a pipeline, shutting down a public roadway, or even a social media campaign, thinking that that campaign itself is what's going to directly influence policymakers. Instead, really what drives our activism is this idea that we need to reach as many people as possible. We need to be generating news headlines, reaching people on social media, inconveniencing people so they know what's going on, making emotional pleas, because policy change rarely ever comes about as a direct result of a campaign. The student movement in Quebec being one of the few examples to the contrary that I can think of. Instead, climate activism generally just targets people. In activism, we have this concept of the Overton window, which is like the range of discourse you can have in the public sphere that's normal. And so maybe like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, if you'd said something like, we are in a climate crisis, if we don't act now in a really drastic way, we're going to be seeing irreversible damage to our planet and to our well-being, people would be like, you know what, you're crazy. And now the Overton window has shifted such so that that kind of discourse is normal. And it's that public perception that influences the decision of government. I mean, we want the decisions the government is making with regards to pipelines and refusing to reduce emissions to be hugely unpopular so that they feel the pressure to change. And so that has influenced a lot of my activism. For example, Indigenous activism shuts down trains and roads because we need those news headlines to get out there. And just a peaceful protest in our communities, isn't enough. We really need to be forcing news to cover what's going on so that people outside of these communities can understand and support us and push the government to help us. Because it's a numbers game. We need as many people as possible to understand what's going on. And that's also why I launched the No Future Pledge. It was a pledge not to have children until the government takes dramatic action. And a pledge not to have children, for young people such as myself, is a really big deal. It's something that grandparents and older generations, take to heart. And so that kind of action drew a lot of social media attention, it drew a lot of media attention, and it influenced the way that people thought about climate change. It allowed us to speak on the science as well as speaking on the pledge. Because at the end of the day, people are reasonable. And when confronted with the painful science, that we have less than 10 years to avert the catastrophic results of our emissions, people tend to agree that, action needs to be taken, that we need to switch to renewable energy, that we need to curb our emissions, that we need to listen to Indigenous leaders, that we need to develop mitigation plans, and so on. And so I think it's here that AI can be hugely beneficial to us in climate activism. In the social media sphere, we can use AI to boost content so that it reaches as wide an audience as possible. But of course, as hard as we try, there will also be the industries that we are opposing who might have the same idea and who have the same drive to reach people. And the problem is that they generally have greater resources. And so I really think that AI is a fantastic tool on a surface level for mitigation, for future, for all kinds of development and green projects. And then also for us as activists, using AI to contact as many people as possible and to really spread and propagate a message can be hugely powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a key point that's coming out is that government action is very important, and none of this will be able to do so. Yes, tools are important and technology is key, but technology needs to be to the benefit to empower people, and it's not necessarily a mean, it's a mean to empower people to speak up and to do things or to monitor science, but it's not an end in itself necessarily. Just before we go on, I'm asking the organizer if it's okay if we go off time a bit, because we started 15 minutes late, so I don't know if there's something else after.
Hi, sorry. So I think we do have other speakers coming up, but I think Tim and Monica will come here to chip in of whether or not we could give you guys a few more minutes and maybe just cut out the Q&A session that was scheduled for after this.
Yeah, for sure. We'd to hear more. I think we can go until 5:45, and so any more that you'd like to say? I just wanted to jump in for 2 seconds to say I think it's really important that we get this perspective. Not that it's just a perspective. I happen to agree with everything that was said, but I mean, I think everyone needs to realize, yes, AI is important and it can be a real catalyst in some ways for the positive and to make change. But it's important to realize that it is only one part of what is needed. And in some cases, it can actually be counterproductive, and that's a whole other subject. But anyway, I don't want to. I would love to have this conversation continue even beyond this panel, and we'll see if we can do that in the future. But yeah, keep
Absolutely. Yeah. So maybe on this end of what is the role of AI in the climate change crisis? So I see kind of AI as a tool. So are we missing tools to be more resilient to these issues? And what kind of tools are we missing? Like, where could people that are going to hack tools this weekend, where should they focus their attention? Yes, Emma.
Yeah, I can speak as to this. So, I mean, as I was saying, a big issue and a big hurdle to climate activism is just getting the word out. And often that's just getting the word out within our own networks. So, I mean, if you're looking for tools that we need, it's those really secure platforms that activists can use, such as Signal, things that have end-to-end encryption, but also things like Slack, where we can, organize large amounts of people. And right now, it really is a struggle to find tools that are both secure, but also convenient to use and kind of ubiquitous amongst the movement, because ideally we'd have a tool that would have as many of our fellows on as possible. And just because of the lack of the safety, the different demographics that work in the same field of activism, it's really hard sometimes to collaborate and to reach as many people as possible. So, I mean, an ideal tool that could be created would be something that would allow us to contact and network and organize as many people as possible.
Yeah, I think for tools, I mean, you guys are the experts. You guys probably have more of the idea of what the actual tools can be or could be. What I think it's important and the organizers sort of touched base on is how AI has to be used in a very careful manner, and making sure that this new technology that emerges are both not only environmentally responsible, but also socially, that it does respect human rights, that it's not being used or weaponized, like Emma mentioned, to like monitor us and give tools for the government to sort of attack whatever movement we're building up. And really that I think is really has to be important when talking about these technologies and when speaking about these sort of solutions, making sure that they are not only environmental responsible, but also like human rights responsible, socially responsible, and being careful with that, that greenwashing, that sort of this idea that we can continue this capitalist and this like green capitalist movement going on, and like that will still be possible in the climate crisis. No, like we're gonna have to really shift things and change it. I think that's really important when we talk about these sort of solutions emerging from technology.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. If we could let Peyton and Emma back in, I think their connection came off, but maybe I'm going to just go off this. I think AI is kind of a way to harness information in a way, and I think information is power. So if it's in the hands of the right people, then it can do amazing things, but it's also dangerous because if it falls in the hands of the wrong people, it can do harm. And so I think when creating a tool, it's important to think who's going to be able to use it, and maybe you have an intended use for it, but thinking about how else it could be used. And in a way, I'd say in the tools that could be useful to maybe activism or science, maybe from my perspective more in science, is I'd say two things, which would be optimization and access to information. So a lot of things like giant database that are live stream and always flowing content and stuff. We have so much information nowadays, but most, people on the ground don't necessarily know how to have access to it. So I think AI in this sense is a tool that could provide access to information to people in a way that to use tools. Like, for example, I'm thinking a birding app or a plant identification apps, which already exist, but like they're amazing. I can go out and then like take a picture of a plant, and then just the fact that so many other people have taken pictures, and the AI can like propose a different plant, and I can identify things. So this is super useful for like biological surveys and stuff like that. So making the knowledge that's out there in the world accessible to normal average people that don't have all the knowledge in the world. I think that's also going to be key. So I think to keep in touch. I don't know if Peyton and Emma, you have thoughts on this, or not Emma, I mean Peyton.
Yeah. I also, just to sort of end out this question, I really want to encourage people to reflect on one, like, what holes do you see that, because you do understand tech much better than the average person, right? You study it. So like, what do you see that's happening right now during COVID that there could be a tech solution for, that is a problem that's like a social crack that you could fill using tech? And how can you make that ready in time for the climate crisis? Because that's really think about what you've seen in COVID and what tech solutions you think might work to solve that problem, and how you can get that out to people before the next crisis, because there is going to be another one, and there are going to be more pandemics on top of the really like environmental crises that are going to happen. The second thing that I want people to reflect on coming away from this conversation is, who do you want to be in the climate crisis, and why, and who does that help, right? Because tech companies are really, in this moment, a lot of them are the enemy, right? They're collecting our data is worth more than oil, right? So they're collecting our data. They are collecting our DNA samples with like the ancestry and stuff. And like I feel like I'm starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist or something, but it's really like, are you helping the mega rich maintain their power, or are you helping the rest of us survive the climate crisis? Because there really is only two directions that we're heading towards.
Yes, I completely agree with that. Yeah, that kind of really ties into the last question of how can people get involved. I think that's definitely a thing to keep in mind. If Emma and Ashley, you have, how can people get involved,
Yeah, I
Thoughts
think
on this?
maybe start sort of like similar to what Peyton was saying, sort of look at the holes, like you have to look at your community and see where they're already organized. So I was talking earlier about this idea of like going to organized place and try to organize there or help out. It doesn't have to be activist, it just help out. It's always useful. Like, so going to places that are already building projects, are already doing some of the similar work you want to do, is always the key to really do things that could be amazing for you. So either if that's in the organized way, or just like working on a project that will help your community in such sense. And your expertise is so valuable, because activists usually have another realm of knowledge, but it's always useful when we have those people who have this particular knowledge that most of us don't have. And so coming and helping could also be like a very useful thing.
Awesome. So I mean,
wait.
go
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say one more thing. Another thing that you can do, especially in the tech space, is there's a lot of like professional associations that will focus on climate. So we have, for example, like profs for the future, you know, like they're like university professors who are meeting and organizing together and asking themselves, how can I, in the position that I sit in the world right now, what changes can I make, and how can I work with other people who have a similar position to me to make sure that we are filling those gaps in and that we're making the changes in the space that we have. So you don't necessarily don't feel that you need to find a group, because right now a lot of groups aren't organizing, or they're really focused on their immediate needs, right? Like they're not planning for the future. So you know, talk to your coworkers, talk to your classmates, your colleagues, and ask like, what can we do from the place that we're in, from the similar place that we sit in the world? What can we do with the skills that we have, with the privilege that we may have, and the people that we know, in order to make positive change and to be on the right side of this change to help the most people?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think coming out of this talk, a key message is that really being introspective and looking into helping real people, not necessarily vague ideas or something that could benefit like big companies. So I think if you're looking to get involved, look into your community, look into your neighborhoods, to your coworkers, to your household even, and look at what are the things that could be improved and what are the needs also, and who are the people also who need it the most, because as we've said, not everyone is affected by this the same way. So just taking a look and being aware of the situation around you, I think that's very key. And if you're in Montreal and stuff, we say we have a very extensive network of activism and organization that exists. So informing yourself on what exists. Obviously, right now, they're less out there planning events, but being aware of what exists and also what tools they have, that's a good place to start. And then you can think about what tools they're missing and what tools your community is missing to see where you can help and improve. So thanks a lot, everyone, for talking today. I think we're kind of running short on time now. It was great to have a talk, and I don't know if we'll have time to question. Probably not.
Oh, I just wanted to see, actually, Shaida, are there any comments or questions that we could read?
Yeah, we have a few questions.
Yes, so you guys got some great feedback. Thank you so much. That was such an interesting conversation to be a part of. We got some comments from our participants. One of them is asking, what has been the biggest lesson that you've learned throughout your experiences that you may share with others who are currently trying to get involved in climate activism, especially right now with the pandemic, with things being virtual? It can feel really easy to get disconnected or burnt out. So yeah, go ahead, Emma.
This one, things snowball really quickly. Like you get involved in a small action, like you just want to start out, and before you know it, you're like organizing at the highest level that you can, and you're involved in like so many projects. So really my advice to anyone who wants to get involved is that like the hardest part is really taking that first step into figuring out what you're going to do, and what project you want to undertake. But once you like start, it just keeps getting bigger. So it's hard to like convince yourself to get involved, but once you're involved, it becomes really easy to stay involved and to start seeing change in what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. And something sorry, just to build off of that, when you are getting involved, the people who you're getting involved with, they're not going to chase you, right? Like there's lots of people who come to maybe one or two things and won't come back. So if you really do mean that you want to get involved and you really do want, like, people will accept you into their group, their organization, and they will let you into like kind of the core group of it, but you do have to put in the work and you do have to be persistent, because there's a lot of people who drop the ball and who they might start with really good feelings and like wanting to help, but then if you're inconsistent, people will stop reaching out to you for help. So just make sure if you are reaching out that you really mean it, and you are going to, and it's not a lot of work, and people are really open about capacity and stuff, but yeah, make sure you're being persistent with it, because if people aren't messaging, like people are really busy right now, so you just need to keep offering your help and people will accept it from you.
And I would just like to jump in and one thing quickly. I think the burnouts, being careful of that and having a lot of self-care. So just being mindful that you're one individual. I know there's this thing going on of like, you're one individual can make a change. We can, but we're a collective, and the collectives will make us stronger. And sometimes I can drop the ball and someone will pick it up, and that's okay. Because a lot of us, and like us three, we've worked for a long time together now, and we've seen that burnouts go, and we've seen like close people burning out and not coming back. And so being careful of like not taking too much of that work, and that you're just one individual, and it's okay. It's not a one activist much older than me told me, we're not running a sprint, we're actually running a marathon. And that marathon is like, you pass the baton, and you pass the ball to other people, and other people will pick it up, and that's okay too. And you have to learn to do that. And that's like a very important lesson that I wish I would have known when I began, and I wouldn't have burned out.
Thank you so much. Yeah, those are such good points. And I think, like you mentioned, just showing up and being persistent, that's half of the challenge of just getting started, but also realizing that you don't have to do it all yourself. That's a really great point. And I think in the activism world, burnout is super duper frequent, and we try to think that we're the only ones facing it, but the truth is we all are. So keeping an eye on one another and knowing when to take a step back so that you can continue on fighting another day. If there's time, there's one other question. This one will probably be a little bit quicker.
Yes, let's go with one last one.
Okay, great. So this question is, are there any resources that you would recommend for those who are trying to learn about environmental racism and ensure they approach activism by acting as an ally?
That's a really good question. First, and this is just like a bit of a self promo. Like, you really should follow Climate Strike Canada on Instagram. We share a lot of really helpful resources. There's lots of info slides that you can like scroll through and see posts from whenever. And we keep up to date a lot with what's going on in Canada and abroad with climate issues. Another thing is to start watching documentaries. They're some of the best ways to really learn about environmental issues is through documentaries, or if you're a student, take a course on it. I know this event is hosted by Concordia, or people who are at Concordia. So if you're a Concordia student, like there's so many courses in our university that talk about environmental issues and tie it into racism and those other social issues. But if I'm going to give people a documentary that they can watch to take away from this, and hopefully you can build things from there. Elliot Page has a documentary on Netflix called There's Something in the Water. And it is an excellent documentary about environmental racism in Nova Scotia.
Features my friend and her mother.
Yeah, it features one of our friends. And it's just like, it's a really excellent documentary to introduce you to how environmental racism kind of rears its head in Canada.
Yeah, I think one of the things to do also is to look at other movements and to try to see for yourself the ties. So there's a really cool podcast that really looks into different aspects that me and Peyton listen religiously, and is the Sandy and Nora podcast. Sandy is a Black Lives Matter activist, and Nora, she's just an activist that has been sort of everywhere. But she's mostly anti-racism, and really listening to them, you can sort of see the ties between different movements and learn a lot about activism as a whole. They're really great, so recommend listening to them.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Oh, no, I didn't want to interrupt. I was just going to say thank you so much to all of you. But Katya, do you want to close? Yep.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. It was bound to happen at some point. I was going to say thanks to everyone for this talk. I thought it was very interesting. I really loved hearing your perspective on all of these issues, and I think it's important. It's interesting to hear it also from the inside out. Like, often people will attend the marches but aren't necessarily organizing them. So it's very cool to see how it looks like from the other side. And yeah, thank you for the hackathon organizer too for having us here.
Well, we're really lucky to have all of you, and I hope that we can continue the conversation after the hackathon and plan some other interesting events.
Yeah, and even beyond, not just converse, but take action forward. So thank
Yeah,
you,
absolutely.
ladies, for joining and sharing your insightful experience. And yeah, I guess we'll continue from there.
Really inspiring. Thank you.
See you, ladies.
Thank you. Good
So
evening.
we still have 2 segments left before Tim and I wrap up and give you a little bit of a 5 cassette style to do virtual networking. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Matthew Chapman, who I believe might be joining us. Okay, he'll be coming in shortly.
So maybe we'll do a 2 to 3 minute break. Yeah,
okay,
let's do
so
that.
a 2-minute bio break before we wrap up in the next half hour.
Okay. All right.
Back, everybody. So that was a quick little break. We have 2 segments. They're the 2 last of today, but they are not least. So I'll introduce Matthew Chapman, which is part of the National Climate League, and they are behind one of the 9 challenges that we'll see this weekend, which is the challenge Reduce CO2. So Matt, tell us more about beautiful water symbols and so on.
Thank you very much, Monica and Tim. Really honored to be here with you all. And there are two of us here with you. There's another one over here singing our background music. So we're going to try to make sure she keeps singing in that light and soft tone and does not overpower my presentation. So, okay, turning the volume down over here a little bit. So we're really excited to be presenting this challenge. Essentially, we are able, this day and age, to measure all sorts of things from our heart rate to our number of steps to sports statistics, more detailed than you could ever hope for. What we're pretty bad at, in fact, is measuring progress on climate change, and that is unfortunate if we expect to do something meaningful about this challenge that faces us. So the data visualization effort does two things, and the reason that we need your help so much is that the general public does not understand how fast we're moving, in what direction we're moving, and which levers we need to be pulling, and how fast we need to be pulling them in order to make change. So this presentation right now is going to go over a little bit of the why we need your help, and the who is going to be using the results of your work, and the how roughly you'll go about doing your work. And then, as I understand it, you'll get the full challenge later this week and be able to get into the what specifically to do with the challenge. So a little bit of context. Climate Reality Canada is part of an international network of climate advocacy organizations trying to raise ambition on climate change, meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, exceed those goals, and ensure we're doing so in a just and equitable manner. In Canada, as you can see on the screen, these dots are where we have citizens groups doing advocacy work at the local level. So in Manitoba, working in Winnipeg, at City Hall, and pushing City Hall to adopt better practices around climate action. And each city chooses their own campaigns, each city chooses their own targets, but at the national level, we support them in what they're doing by amplifying their stories, making sure that a success story in one place is heard across the country, by providing data and analyzing that data and feeding that data back to them to be able to say, here's where you stand versus 2 years ago versus other peer cities in your group. And we provide a third type of support, which is more along the lines of coaching. So you've got local, advocates wanting to take action, and we have a network of regional organizers to support them in taking that action. So a big part of our initiative is the data piece. And today we're coming to you with a request to support us in taking international data that has not yet been visualized. In fact, the most recent swath of data was uploaded to the servers on the 15th of January, so less than a week ago. And here's what you're going to do with that data. And here's what you're going to do with that data, pardon me. Here's what we do with that data is we visualize the data across the country to show who is, yes you do, to show who is, okay, I need you to play with your babies over here. Yay, babies over here. But if you want to sit on daddy's lap, you're going to be quiet, quiet, quiet. Can you be quiet, quiet, quiet? No? Play with the babies. Okay. So this is what we do with the data. We create national standings, and as you can see here, there are some kind of rudimentary data visualizations. And what we're coming to you with is saying, you have more experience than we do, obviously, visualizing data. You want to develop that experience. And the work that you do is going to feed into our network across the country and our international network, because we're part of a much larger family of about 30,000 people who've taken a training on climate change with Al Gore. Here are some of the examples of data visualizations that have been very successful, that have made that have made have been memeified and essentially become viral on the internet. So this is taking climate data from every month since records began and visualizing the extent to which we are approaching the 1.5 degree and 2 degree targets of the Paris Climate Accord. So as you can see, we're getting dangerously close, even as of 2016, to the 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as you might have seen recently, the 2020 numbers just came in and are in a dead heat for the warmest year ever. And that's, that's a headline. But what goes beyond a headline is an image like this one that measures global temperature change from 1950 to 2019, 1850, pardon me, to 2019. And as you can see, that in one image speaks 1,000 words. And that's what we're looking for in this in this project, is taking the data that exists and turning it into something that speaks volumes without having to say anything. So that's a bit of the why and a bit of the how. The how piece is up to you, which tools you decide to use to visualize the data. Obviously, this type of visualization that you're looking at right now uses probably Photoshop or something similar, whereas the GIF visualization probably uses something more to the tune of Final Cut Pro or a GIF creation software. I think you can also do that in Photoshop. But it is really up to you how the data gets transformed into a striking piece that will touch people's minds and hearts. So the evaluation of your final project or final submission for the challenge will be based on aesthetics. How visually striking is it? How clear is it? Have you taken the data and turned it into something that is easy to interpret? And number 3 is the data interactive. There are many terrific examples of interactive data sets that you hover over and you're able to see the data moving. You choose different parameters and you can see the graphs adjusting, as a consequence. This is what you need. There you are. Yeah. So that's where I'll leave it, and I'm happy to take some questions now.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. That was great. I'm really looking forward for people to play with the data and really visualize it. So maybe we can look if there were questions from the audience and let our facilitator read them in.
Yes, thank you. We just had one question come in asking what tool we will be using for the visualization.
Yep, it is up to each team which tools they choose to use based on their existing experience and or their desire to learn a new tool, and based on the way in which they choose to visualize the data. So I'm not going to get into exactly what data you'll be visualizing because I think that would give away too much all at once, but they will have the option to choose in whichever method that they would like to use to visualize the data. And I can certainly, within the challenge description, there will be several suggestions.
Wonderful, thank you.
Also, I want to remind everyone that what Matthew presented here is part of one of the 9 challenges called Challenge Reducing CO2. So for participants joining this weekend, you'll find all the information. You can ask more questions over the Miro tool, but also on a specific Slack channel you'll be invited to that's called Challenge Reducing CO2.
Terrific. Well, very, very happy to have your teams looking at this, and very excited to see what comes of the challenges. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Matthew, let's do virtual high five. There you go. Good job.
All right. So I'm assuming, okay, well, I guess any other questions, especially from the teams, they can ask them on Slack later this week directly to Matthew.
Yes.
So let's go to Elham if she's ready. We're actually good for time.
Yeah, very good. So it's last but not least, we promise you our amazing Persian lady to come back with us this evening. So she can wrap up the day with the last workshop, and I'll let him kind of introduce the topic. And before you guys all go, we'll just wrap up afterwards, Tim and I, before giving you the chance to connect with some people virtually after this.
Yes, and also Canadian lady.
Perfect.
Time series workshop. What can you say? I don't know a lot about this because my background's finance, so I'm going to let you take it away, Elham.
Yeah, thank you, Tim and Monica. So you did a great job today.
Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, this is the last workshop, and we decided to have this workshop because but some of the data set that we have is the time series, and time series is treating time series and solving this problem would be different from the other data set. So here I just warn you and tell you some points that is very important that you take care of these during the solving this problem. So I start by showing my screen. So now you can see my screen. You see my screen now? Okay. So just introduce myself that I am a postdoctoral researcher at University of Montreal, and I am a research and development scientist at Actionable. Also, I collaborate with AI Launch Lab. It's getting about 1 year that I'm helping and mentoring people, and I will be a mentor during the hackathon. So we start about that what is time series. A time series is a series of data points that indexed or listed in a time order. So most commonly, a time series is a sequence. So it's taking a equally spaced point in time, and this is a sequence of discrete time data. So there are some components inside this data set. For example, you can find some trends, you can some seasonal variation, and this variation and fluctuation, you can see that can be cyclic, and it's possible that you have irregular variation, which is mostly non-random source of variation of the series. The example of time series data, the first one is weather records. So the climate change data is over time. It's a kind of time series problem, which is the goal of like these climate change challenges that we have. So probably you have some data set over time, and you see some changes and features and variables that's actually that maybe is related to weather information or climate data. So the other example is economic indicators. There are patient health evaluation metrics, server metrics, and other application over time. There are two types of these data set. The simplest one that you can have is univariate. So over the time, over the years, over each day, daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, so you have only one variable. For example, you can compute the temperature, daily minimum temperature for each day, and this can be a time series with only one variable. So these are simple, easy to understand. You can plot them easily in Excel or plotting tools. You can easily plot and prediction like compared to the expected results. You can quickly try and evaluate a suite of traditional and newer methods. So, and it's also easier to predict and like a forecast data in the future. The other one is multivariate time series. So it's obvious that we don't have only one, but we have different variables, for example, temperature, humidity, light, CO2, humidity ratio, occupancy, and you have this kind of data over time. And this data set would be more complex than univariate. So, and this is a good spot for machine learning methods to solve these problems. There are classical time series forecasting methods. So it's possible that you don't use machine learning methods for forecasting. There are some classical, for example, they find a linear relationship between data set or features. So you can use moving average, autoregressive moving average. So here are the list of these methods that you can use, but they're mostly used for univariate problems. And it's not that much powerful for multivariate problems, and they cannot find is there's a nonlinear, they're not that much powerful like machine learning methods. This point is like very important, that you have to, if you want to use machine learning for your time series problem, you have to convert it to a supervised learning problem, because you see that you have a sequence of data, but if you want to apply machine learning and then you have supervised learning problems, so you should have some variables as x, and you find the relationship between these values x and y. So in other words, you have to find a function f which relates this value x. So f is a function of x, and then you equal to y. So you find, and you can predict y relate to that. But how you can change it, the simplest one, for example, you have some sequence and you find some lags. And here I use 4 lags that I use previous data over the time for each example or each row of data that I have. And there are some methods that you can find what's the optimal number of these lags. Another way, for example, if the sequences is not equally, so you can actually add another variable, delta t, which is the difference between the time of your series. So you can also do that. So the first thing that you have to do for solving the problem is visualizing your time series. Why is it important? Because there are some trends, or there is some seasonality, because seasonality inside your data set, which is very important that you catch it before you solve the problem. Because if you want to apply machine learning, you have to, and you need to remove prior the modeling. So trends can result in a varying mean over time. So seasonality can result in a changing variance over time. So both which define a series as being non-stationary. So it means that it doesn't depend time. So why we have to use it? Because either finding and removing the seasonal component from time series can result in a clear relationship between input and output variables. And also, we can earn additional information about the seasonal component of the time series, can provide new information to improve the performance. So this seasonality can be over day, can be daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. So you see one example here is a seasonal plot of drug sales that you see some patterns over years that is repeated. And so you have to remove this before applying the and generate your model. So the model of seasonality can be removed. So it should be removed from time series. There are some different methods. So please find these methods and apply it. One of them is seasonal adjustment method, or deseasonalizing. So here I cannot describe these methods because we're short in time, but I encourage you to find these methods and apply. Another thing that I tell you is stationary. So stationary means that depends on the time, which is one aspect of the time series problem. So how you can identify if your series is stationary or not. You see here the first one is stationary, and the last one you can see some seasonal components. So for series to be classified as stationary, it should not exhibit a trend. So moving on this, the second plot that we see, we certainly do not see a trend inside a series, but the variance of series is a function of time. So a stationary series must have a constant variance, and this is one important thing. So probably the simplest way to check a stationary is to split your total time series into 2, 4, or 10, say, n sections. So the more is better. And compute the mean and variance within each section. If there is an obvious trend in either the mean or variance over the n section, then your series is not stationary. So if it's not stationary, so how you can change it to and make it time series stationary? There are some methods, for example, differencing the series, take log of the series, take the nth roots of the series, and you can combine these kind of things. So I encourage you also to look into the different methods that you can apply. So the other concept is the missing values inside the time series. So there's some points here that you have to take care of that, and you treat your missing value differently from the other data set. So, missing value means that sometimes you cannot be able to capture that data over the period. So it could so happen the measurements 0 for that days. So you have to fill up those periods. So when it comes to time series, you should typically not replace missing values with the mean of the series, especially if the series is non-stationary. What you could do instead of a quick and dirty workaround is to forward fill the previous value. So there are some approaches, there's multiple approaches for that, called backward fill, linear interpolation, quadratic interpolation, mean of nearest neighbors, and mean of the seasonal counterparts. And you should take care of the noise inside the time series, and they call it that how you can smoothen a time series. It is important because reducing the effect of noise in a signal get a fair approximation of the noise filter series. The smoothened version of the series can be used as a feature to explain the original series and visualize the underlying trend would be better. So there are some methods here. So the other thing that is very important is testing and evaluating your model. So if you want to use k-fold cross-validation, I can tell you that does not work for time series data and techniques. So the model that remembered the time stamps and value for each observation would achieve perfect performance. But instead, what you should do, you should actually, I can tell you that the goal of the time series forecasting is a prediction for the future. So you have to use your past data and then try to split it in different ways. For example, one is a forward chaining or walk forward validation that you use the only previous data, and there are some testing and validation data set that you can test your data over it. Or the other one is a sliding window. Here I can tell you that what are the machine learning methods that is useful and is specific and is powerful for your time series forecasting. So random forest is actually is a popular and effective ensemble machine learning algorithm. This is widely used for classification, regression, predictive modeling problems with a structured data set. For example, data as it looks in a spreadsheet or data table. So random forest can be used for time series forecasting, but it requires that you first transfer your data set into a supervised learning problem. XGBoost is another one. So it's efficient, it's fast, performing well, if not the best, on a wide range of predictive modeling tasks. It actually is a favorite among data science competition winners, so such as those on Kaggle's. The other one is convolutional neural network, and specifically LSTM is very, very powerful for forecasting time series problem. Is powerful because it can learn the most important past behavior and understand whether or not those past behaviors are important features in making future prediction. So I can wrap up and tell you just again, I can tell you that first, if you want to solve a time series problem using machine learning, first you visualize your time series and see the trends. Check if there is a trend, there's a pattern inside, is this a seasonal or not, and then make the data stationary. And then remove noise, treat missing values, change it to a supervised machine learning problem. You can also apply method PACF that you can find the optimal lag for your supervised problem, apply the sliding window or walk forward validation to train and test your models. Thank you and good luck with your hackathon.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Elham. I think that's good tips and advice for the participants. Let's see if we quickly had any questions for this segment, and then we'll conclude on the day. So just very quickly, if you had something there, Shaida.
Yes, thanks, Elham. We had one quick question asking if we can convert time series data with Python.
We can convert?
Time series data with Python.
Yes, Python actually, this is the thing that I use for solving the problems, like time series problems in Python, and Python absolutely can be a good choice. And also R has like good libraries for time series, so both of them are good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So there's some options there for the participants to use.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, thank you, Shaida. Thank you, Elham, again for both of you, and also Shaida for helping monitoring the questions.
I noticed, sorry, Monica, your hair is doing something funny because of the headset. Yeah. Were there any other questions, Shaida, or?
No, that was all. Thank you so much for that great talk, Elham.
Yeah, thank you so much. So see
Great.
you during the hackathon.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
for everyone, Elham will be a mentor on during the hackathon.
Oh,
So
lucky guys.
definitely, if you have more questions, you'll be able to ask them on Slack to her, as well as on Miro during the event. So with
Awesome.
that, we will wrap up for today. Do you want to take it away, Monica?
Yeah, so just to conclude, guys, so today we had so much content that's so relevant for all of you for when you start the hackathon. And the hackathon will start this Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you join the live feed. And before Friday, there's a few things that will be happening from today to Friday for you guys to get prepared and ready for the keynote speakers Friday, and also the whole hackathon process until Sunday, end of day. So just quickly today, before we give, let's thank everyone who participated in today and yesterday's workshops.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to also mention that the live stream from today will be up probably tonight. It depends on when YouTube does its processing. The live stream from Monday will take a little bit longer because there's some editing to do with that feed. So by Friday, it should be up. And similarly for Friday, if people are not available to be watching live, you can definitely come back and watch it later. So we want it to be as accessible, of course, for anyone who's in a different time zone to watch. So don't feel bad if it's just impossible for you to attend live. And yeah, so thanking everyone from today. Do you want to list them?
Yeah, let's make sure to thank everyone that went on stage, on the screen. So thank you for all the speakers for organizing yourselves and for collaborating with us to make sure that we could make it as smooth as we could. Also, a big thank you to facilitators that were monitoring the chat, the Q&A. Thank you so much for your help. The organizing team behind AI Launch Lab, MTL Green, thank you all so much for, always you're paying attention and making sure that we're running smoothly with all the participants. The IT team behind this, a big shout out, big high five for you guys, big fat thumbs up for you for making this super interesting and fun for us today. And we're looking forward to rewatch the content and make it memorable forever. Maybe Tim will rewatch this in 20 years, and laugh at each other's jokes and stuff.
Yes, only if we've addressed the climate crisis by then, but I'm optimistic. So what else did we want to briefly mention?
So just to clarify, so people, you will get access to all the tools we're mentioning. So Miro, Slack, the challenges, the data related to it, the information, you'll all have access to that on Friday. Make sure you join us at 2:00 Eastern Time PM this Friday. And tomorrow we'll be forming the teams. So by Thursday morning, you'll have a first team where you'll be assigned to, and there is a form to fill out to choose which challenge you prefer. So maybe say a few words about that, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. So people who have applied and were invited to participate, this second form that went out to you would help us with actually team formation. So we can't put you into a team unless you fill out that form. So everyone who's filled out that form by tomorrow will be able to put you into a team before Friday. And for anyone else, or even those people who are put into a team on Friday, you'll be able to potentially change your team, meet other people. Although I would encourage you, if you're in alignment on a challenge and you feel like you can work well together, definitely try to stay in your team, because that'll give you a leg up. You'll be able to hit the ground running rather than spending Friday night Eastern time, or whatever time that would be for you, to figure out a new team and what you want to work on. It's obviously a huge advantage if you save those first few hours, if you've already figured out what you want to work on with your team. So that's just the one thing. Definitely fill out those forms and respond.
Yeah, good point, Tim. So, guys, again, the challenges, we spoke about them today. There's also been stuff on social media. We're sending you information. And in either case, our organizing team will be there to support you and make sure your teams are optimal for the weekend-long challenge. And just to remind you guys, who are we? Because you've seen only our eyes and our legs this today and yesterday. So to recap, I'm Monica Potocki, co-founder of MTL Green in partnership with AI Launch Lab. And I have Tim here.
Yep, Tim, co-founder from AI Launch Lab and also part of Artificial Intelligence Concordia. And want to thank all the partners that have helped make this happen. Could not have done this, obviously, without them. It's not, even though we're a big part of this, you know, it's definitely not an AI Launch Lab and MTL Green event. It's everyone's event, including the participants. And I also, again, want to thank CFAR, Concordia Student Union, Concordia Council on Student Life, and Dawson for being very generous sponsors for the event. Again, we couldn't have done it without that.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So many people involved. And now, you guys, we want to simulate as if we were in person. So after the speaking, you would be tempted, you spotted that cute guy or girl in the corner.
Or non-binary.
Or non-binary, or this amazing individual, or maybe you fell in love with the plant in the corner. Whatever it is, your preference, you might have want to share a drink and a conversation and words with them. So we want to give you the opportunity to meet some of the participants now on a link that we'll be sharing right now on the YouTube live feed. So our member Sidika will be sharing a link to a Rally tool. And in that tool, please join if you're willing to stay an extra 10 minutes or so. You'll be able to network. It's Min that will share the link, sorry. And in that link, please join. You will see there the opportunity. It will simulate as if you're in a restaurant. So you're sitting at a table, you'll hear the background noise of people in another table, and we're going to reshuffle the table. So you get to meet some people that will be there this weekend. And we sent you guys 2 questions, okay? So we're going to do 5 minutes of the first and 5 minutes of the second question. So it's like a blind date. It's speed dating now, okay? But dating who is gonna be maybe your partner this weekend or someone else you could work on your project. So first question, what is the climate crisis impact that matters the most for you? Okay, so you're gonna see that appear on the screen as well on Rally. So you have 5 minutes for question 1. What climate crisis matters the most for you and that you care for the most? Meaning, is it the floods, the fires, the seawater rising, whatever it is, you can share there. And the second question, second round of 5 minutes will be, if your lifespan was of only 40 years, meaning we'll die sooner than what we, predict, how would you make different decisions on how you live your life or invest in more sustainable lifestyles? So discuss how would that maybe influence the way you make decisions if you have a shorter lifespan?
I find that a very interesting question because you'd think if you were going to die in 40 years, if you were selfish, you'd just say, well, screw it, I don't care. Rather than the question being like, what if you were going to live forever? I would be, but anyway, I don't want to change the question.
No, but that's a good point. And that's where we'll see what are the values, right? So do you think of the next generation or not? Or if you cared for them, would you do things differently? Or maybe you want to, not care and make the most. So let's see just what do you think of this question? You can obviously modify it, but see how that impacts the life after you. All right, so the link has been posted on the live YouTube feed. Please press on it. We'll be closing this live feed in a few seconds, minutes, so you guys, you can join there. We have a moderator there from our team with you. So we have Shaida there and Ming to coordinate also with Tushar. So make sure you can connect with them. And again, have fun. If you want to stay longer, you can exchange, your virtual links and continue further.
Only 3 days left until the hackathon. See you on Friday.
See you Friday. Thank you, everybody.